stepladder. He wore nothing but a pair of white duck trousers. He was a white man. The mosaicist was making the fine hairs on the nape of Mona's swan neck out of chips of gold. Crosby went over to photograph him, came back to report that the man was the biggest pissant he'd ever met. Crosby was the color of tomato juice when he reported this. You can't say a damn thing to him that he won't turn inside out. So I went over to the mosaicist, watched him for a while, and then I told him, I envy you. I always knew, he sighed, that if I waited long enough, somebody would come and envy me. I kept telling myself to be patient, that sooner or later somebody envious would come along. Are you an American? That happiness is mine. He went right on working. He was incurious as to what I looked like. Do you want to take my photograph, too? Do you mind? I think, therefore I am photographable. I'm afraid I don't have my camera with me. Well, for Christ's sake, get it. You're not one of those people who trusts his memory, are you? I don't think I'll forget that face you're working on very soon. You'll forget it when you're dead, and so will I. When I'm dead, I'm going to forget everything, and I advise you to do the same. Has she been posing for this, or are you working from photographs, or what? I'm working from or what? What? I'm working from or what? He tapped his temple. It's all in this enviable head of mine. You know her? That happiness is mine. Frank Honeker's a lucky man. Frank Honeker is a piece of shit. You're certainly candid. I'm also rich. Glad to hear it. If you want an expert opinion, money doesn't necessarily make people happy. Thanks for the information. You just saved me a lot of trouble. I was just about to make some money. How? Writing. I wrote a book once. What was it called? San Lorenzo, he said. The land, the history, the people. 70. Tutored by Buchanan. You, I take it, I said to the mosaicist, are Philip Castle, son of Julian Castle. That happiness is mine. I'm here to see your father. Are you an aspirin salesman? No. Too bad. Father's low on aspirin. How about miracle drugs? Father enjoys pulling off a miracle now and then. I'm not a drug salesman. I'm a writer. What makes you think a writer isn't a drug salesman? I'll accept that. Guilty as charged. Father needs some kind of book to read to people who are dying or in terrible pain. I don't suppose you've written anything like that? Not yet. I think there'd be money in it. There's another valuable tip for you. I suppose I could overhaul the 23rd Psalm, switch it around a little so nobody would realize it wasn't original with me. Buchanan tried to overhaul it, he said to me. Buchanan found out he couldn't change a word. You know him, too? That happiness is mine. He was my tutor when I was a little boy. He gestured sentimentally at the mosaic. He was Mona's tutor, too. Was he a good teacher? Mona and I can both read and write and do simple sums, said Castle, if that's what you mean. 71. The Happiness of Being an American. H. Lowe Crosby came over to have another go at Castle, the pissant. What do you call yourself? Sneered Crosby. A beatnik or what? I call myself a Buchananist. That's against the law in this country, isn't it? I happen to have the happiness of being an American. I've been able to say I'm a Buchananist any time I damn please, and so far nobody's bothered me at all. I believe in obeying the laws of whatever country I happen to be in. You are not telling me the news. Crosby was livid. Screw you, Jack! Screw you, Jasper, said Castle mildly, and screw Mother's Day and Christmas, too. Crosby marched across the lobby to the desk clerk, and he said, I want to report that man over there, that pissant, that so-called artist. You got a nice little country here that's trying to attract the tourist trade and new investment in industry. The way that man talked to me, I don't ever want to see San Lorenzo again. And any friend who asks me about San Lorenzo, I'll tell him to keep the hell away.
You may be getting a nice picture on the wall over there, but by God, that pissant who's making it is the most insulting, discouraging son of a bitch I ever met in my life."
The clerk looked sick. "Sir—"
"I'm listening," said Crosby, full of fire.
"Sir, he owns the hotel." 72. The Pissant Hilton. H. Lowe Crosby and his wife checked out of the Casa Mona. Crosby called it the Pissant Hilton, and he demanded quarters at the American Embassy. So I was the only guest in a 100-room hotel. My room was a pleasant one. It faced, as did all the rooms, the Boulevard of the 100 Martyrs to Democracy, Manzano Airport, and Bolivar Harbor beyond. The Casa Mona was built like a bookcase, with solid sides and back, and with a front of blue-green glass. The squalor and misery of the city being to the sides and back of the Casa Mona were impossible to see. My room was air-conditioned. It was almost chilly, and coming from the blamming heat into that chilliness, I sneezed. There were fresh flowers on my bedside table, but my bed had not yet been made. There wasn't even a pillow on the bed. There was simply a bare, brand-new Beauty Rest mattress. And there weren't any coat hangers in the closet. And there wasn't any toilet paper in the bathroom. So I went out in the corridor to see if there was a chambermaid who would equip me a little more completely. There wasn't anybody out there. But there was a door open at the far end, and very faint sounds of life. I went to this door, and found a large suite paved with drop-cloths. It was being painted. But the two painters weren't painting when I appeared. They were sitting on a shelf that ran the width of the window wall. They had their shoes off. They had their eyes closed. They were facing each other. They were pressing the soles of their bare feet together. Each grasped his own ankles, giving himself the rigidity of a triangle. I cleared my throat. The two rolled off the shelf and fell to the spattered drop-cloth. They landed on their hands and knees, and they stayed in that position, their behinds in the air, their noses close to the ground. They were expecting to be killed. "Excuse me," I said, amazed. "Don't tell," begged one querulously. "Please, please, don't tell." "Tell what?" "What you saw." "I didn't see anything." "If you tell," he said, and he put his cheek to the floor and looked up at me beseechingly. "If you tell, we'll die on the Hayuoka." "Look, friends," I said, "either I came in too early or too late, but I tell you again I didn't see anything worth mentioning to anybody. Please, get up." They got up, their eyes still on me. They trembled and cowered. I convinced them at last that I would never tell what I had seen. What I had seen, of course, was the Bakononist ritual of Bokomaru, or the mingling of awarenesses. We Bakononists believe that it is impossible to be soul to soul with another person without loving the person, provided the feet of both persons are clean and nicely tended. The basis for the foot ceremony is this calypso. "We will touch our feet, yes, yes, for all we're worth, and we will love each other, yes, yes, like we love our Mother Earth." 73. Black Death. When I got back to my room, I found that Philip Castle, mosaicist, historian, self-indexer, pissant, and hotel-keeper, was installing a roll of toilet paper in my bathroom. "Thank you very much," I said. "You're entirely welcome. This is what I'd call a hotel with a real heart. How many hotel owners would take such a direct interest in the comfort of a guest? How many hotel owners have just one guest? You used to have 3. Those were the days. You know, I may be speaking out of turn, but I find it hard to understand how a person of your interests and talents would be attracted to the hotel business." He frowned perplexedly. "I don't seem to be as good with guests as I might, do I? I knew some people in the hotel school at Cornell, and I can't help feeling they would have treated the Crosbys somewhat differently." He nodded uncomfortably. I know. He flapped his arms.
Damned if I know why I built this hotel. Something to do with my life, I guess. A way to be busy, a way not to be lonesome." He shook his head. It was be a hermit or open a hotel, with nothing in between.
"Weren't you raised at your father's hospital?"
"That's right. Mona and I both grew up there."
"Well, aren't you at all tempted to do with your life what your father's done with his?" Young Castle smiled wanly, avoiding a direct answer. "He's a funny person, Father is," he said. "I think you'll like him." "I expect to. There aren't many people who've been as unselfish as he has." "One time," said Castle, "when I was about 15, there was a mutiny near here on a Greek ship bound from Hong Kong to Havana with a load of wicker furniture. The mutineers got control of the ship, didn't know how to run her, and smashed her up on the rocks near Papa Manzano's castle. Everybody drowned but the rats. The rats and the wicker furniture came ashore." That seemed to be the end of the story, but I couldn't be sure. So? "So some people got free furniture, and some people got bubonic plague. At Father's hospital we had 1,400 deaths inside of 10 days. Have you ever seen anyone die of bubonic plague?" "That unhappiness has not been mine." "The lymph glands in the groin and the armpits swell to the size of grapefruit." "I can well believe it." "After death the body turns black, coals to Newcastle in the case of San Lorenzo. When the plague was having everything its own way, the House of Hope and Mercy in the jungle looked like Auschwitz or Buchenwald. We had stacks of dead so deep and wide that a bulldozer actually stalled trying to shove them toward a common grave. Father worked without sleep for days. Worked not only without sleep, but without saving many lives either." Castle's grisly tale was interrupted by the ringing of my telephone. "My God," said Castle, "I didn't even know the telephones were connected yet." I picked up the phone. "Hello?" It was Major General Franklin Hoenicker who had called me up. He sounded out of breath and scared stiff. "Listen, you've got to come out to my house right away. We've got to have a talk. It could be a very important thing in your life." "Could you give me some idea?" "Not on the phone, not on the phone. You come to my house. You come right away, please." "All right." "I'm not kidding you. This is a really important thing in your life. This is the most important thing ever." He hung up. "What was that all about?" asked Castle. "I haven't got the slightest idea. Frank Hoenicker wants to see me right away." "Take your time. Relax. He's a moron." "He said it was important." "How does he know what's important? I could carve a better man out of a banana." "Well, finish your story anyway." Where was I?" "The bubonic plague. The bulldozer was stalled by corpses." "Oh, yes. Anyway, one sleepless night I stayed up with Father while he worked. It was all we could do to find a live patient to treat. In bed after bed we found dead people. And Father started giggling," Castle continued. "He couldn't stop. He walked out into the night with his flashlight. He was still giggling. He was making the flashlight beam dance over all the dead people stacked outside. He put his hand on my head, and do you know what that marvelous man said to me?" asked Castle. "Nope." "Son," my father said to me, "someday this will all be yours." 74. Cat's Cradle. I went to Frank's house in San Lorenzo's one taxicab. We passed through streets of hideous want. We climbed the slope of Mount McCabe. The air grew cooler. There was mist. Frank's house had once been the home of Nestor Ammons, father of Mona, architect of the House of Hope and Mercy in the jungle. Ammons had designed it. It straddled a waterfall, had a terrace cantilevered out into the mist rising from the fall. It was a cunning lattice of very light steel posts and beams. The interstices of the lattice were variously open, chinked with native stone, glazed, or curtained by sheets of canvas. The effect of the house was not so much to enclose as to announce that a man had been whimsically busy there. A servant greeted me politely and told me that Frank wasn't home yet. Frank was expected at any moment. Frank had left orders to the effect that I was to be made happy and comfortable, and that I was to stay for supper and the night. The servant, who introduced himself as Stanley, was the first plump San Lorenzo I had seen. Stanley led me to my room, led me around the heart of the house, down a staircase of living stone, a staircase sheltered or exposed by steel-framed rectangles at random. My bed was a foam-rubber slab on a stone shelf, a shelf of living stone. The walls of my chamber were canvas. Stanley demonstrated how I might roll them up or down as I pleased. I asked Stanley if anybody else was home, and he told me that only Newt was. Newt, he said, was out on the cantilevered terrace painting a picture. Angela, he said, had gone sightseeing to the House of Hope and Mercy in the jungle. I went out onto the giddy terrace that straddled the waterfall and found little Newt asleep in a yellow butterfly chair. The painting on which Newt had been working was set on an easel next to the aluminum railing. The painting was framed in a misty view of sky, sea, and valley. Newt's painting was small and black and warty. It consisted of scratches made in a black gummy impasto. The scratches formed a sort of spider's web, and I wondered if they might not be the sticky nets of human futility hung up on a moonless night to dry. I did not wake up the midget who had made this dreadful thing. I smoked, listening to imagined voices in the water sounds. What awakened little Newt was an explosion far away below. It caromed up the valley and went to God. It was a cannon on the waterfront of Bolivar, Frank's major domo told me. It was fired every day at 5. Little Newt stirred. While still half snoozing, he put his black, painty hands to his mouth and chin, leaving black smears there. He rubbed his eyes and made black smears around them, too. "Hello," he said to me sleepily. "Hello," I said. "I like your painting." "You see what it is?" "I suppose it means something different to everyone who sees it." "It's a cat's cradle." "Aha," I said. "Very good. The scratches are string, right?" "One of the oldest games there is, cat's cradle. Even the Eskimos know it." "You don't say." "For maybe 100,000 years or more, grown-ups have been waving tangles of string in their children's faces." Newt remained curled in the chair. He held out his painty hands as though a cat's cradle were strung between them. "No wonder kids grow up crazy. A cat's cradle is nothing but a bunch of X's between somebody's hands, and little kids look and look and look at all those X's. And no damn cat and no damn cradle." 75. Give my regards to Albert Schweitzer. And then Angela Hoenicker-Connors, Newt's beanpole sister, came in with Julian Castle, father of Philip, and founder of the House of Hope and Mercy in the jungle. Castle wore a baggy white linen suit and a string tie. He had a scraggly mustache. He was bald. He was scrawny. He was a saint, I think. He introduced himself to Newt and to me on the cantilevered terrace. He forestalled all references to his possible saintliness by talking out of the corner of his mouth, like a movie gangster. "I understand you are a follower of Albert Schweitzer," I said to him. "At a distance." He gave a criminal sneer. "I've never met the gentleman." "He must surely know of your work, just as you know of his." "Maybe, and maybe not. You ever see him?" "No." "You ever expect to see him?" "Someday, maybe I will." "Well," said Julian Castle, "in case you run across Dr. Schweitzer in your travels, you might tell him that he is not my hero." He lit a big cigar. When the cigar was going good and hot, he pointed its red end at me. "You can tell him he isn't my hero," he said, "but you can also tell him that, thanks to him, Jesus Christ is." "I think he'll be glad to hear it."
I don't give a damn if he is or not. This is something between Jesus and me.
76. Julian Castle agrees with Newt that everything is meaningless. Julian Castle and Angela went to Newt's painting. Castle made a pinhole of a curled index finger, squinted at the painting through it. "What do you think of it?" I asked him.
It's black. What is it, hell?
It means whatever it means,
said Newt.
Then it's hell,
snarled Castle. "I was told a moment ago that it was a cat's cradle," I said.
"Inside information always helps," said Castle.
"I don't think it's very nice," Angela complained. "I think it's ugly, but I don't know anything about modern art. Sometimes I wish Newt would take some lessons so he could know for sure if he was doing something or not."
"Self-taught, are you?"
Julian Castle asked Newt.
"Isn't everybody?"
Newt inquired.
"Very good answer."
Castle was respectful. I undertook to explain the deeper significance of the cat's cradle, since Newt seemed disinclined to go through that song and dance again, and Castle nodded sagely.
"So this is a picture of the meaninglessness of it all. I couldn't agree more."
"Do you really agree?" I asked. "A minute ago you said something about Jesus."
"Who?"
said Castle. "Jesus Christ?"
"Oh,"
said Castle.
"Him." He shrugged. "People have to talk about something just to keep their voice boxes in working order, so they'll have good voice boxes in case there's ever anything really meaningful to say."
"I see." I knew I wasn't going to have an easy time writing a popular article about him. I was going to have to concentrate on his saintly deeds and ignore entirely the satanic things he thought and said.
"You may quote me," he said. "Man is vile, and man makes nothing worth making, knows nothing worth knowing."
He leaned down and he shook little Newt's painty hand.
"Right?"
Newt nodded, seeming to suspect momentarily that the case had been a little overstated.
"Right."
And then the saint marched to Newt's painting and took it from its easel. He beamed at us all.
"Garbage, like everything else."
And he threw the painting off the cantilevered terrace. It sailed out on an updraft, stalled, boomeranged back, sliced into the waterfall. There was nothing little Newt could say. Angela spoke first.
"You've got paint all over your face, honey. Go wash it off."
77. Aspirin and Bokomaru. "Tell me, Doctor," I said to Julian Castle, "how is Papa Monzano?"
"How would I know?"
"I thought you'd probably been treating him."
"We don't speak."
Castle smiled.
"He doesn't speak to me, that is. The last thing he said to me, which was about 3 years ago, was that the only thing that kept me off the hook was my American citizenship."
"What have you done to offend him? You come down here and with your own money found a free hospital for his people?"
"Papa doesn't like the way we treat the whole patient," said Castle, "particularly the whole patient when he's dying. At the House of Hope and Mercy in the jungle, we administer the last rites of the Buchananist Church to those who want them."
"What are the rites like?"
"Very simple. They start with a responsive reading. You want to respond?"
"I'm not that close to death just now, if you don't mind." He gave me a grisly wink.
"You're wise to be cautious. People taking the last rites have a way of dying on cue. I think we could keep you from going all the way, though, if we didn't touch feet."
"Feet?" He told me about the Buchananist attitude relative to feet. "That explains something I saw in the hotel." I told him about the 2 painters on the windowsill.
"It works, you know," he said. "People who do that really do feel better about each other and the world." Bokomaru."
"Sir?"
"That's what the foot business is called," said Castle. "It works. I'm grateful for things that work. Not many things do work, you know."
"I suppose not."
"I couldn't possibly run that hospital of mine if it weren't for aspirin and Bokomaru."
"I gather," I said, "that there are still several Buchananists on the island, despite the laws, despite the Hayuoka."
He laughed.
You haven't caught on yet?
To what?
Everybody on San Lorenzo is a devout Baconanist, the Hayuoka notwithstanding.
78. Ring of Steel.
When Buchanan and McCabe took over this miserable country years ago, said Julian Castle, they threw out the priests, and then Buchanan, cynically and playfully, invented a new religion.
I know, I said.
Well, when it became evident that no governmental or economic reform was going to make the people much less miserable, the religion became the one real instrument of hope. Truth was the enemy of the people because the truth was so terrible. So Buchanan made it his business to provide the people with better and better lies.
How did he come to be an outlaw?
It was his own idea. He asked McCabe to outlaw him and his religion too, in order to give the religious life of the people more zest, more tang. He wrote a little poem about it, incidentally.
Castle quoted this poem, which does not appear in the books of Buchanan.
So I said goodbye to government, and I gave my reason, that a really good religion is a form of treason. Buchanan suggested the hook, too, as the proper punishment for Buchananists, he said. It was something he'd seen in the Chamber of Horrors at Madame Tussaud's. He winked ghoulishly. That was for zest, too.
Did many people die on the hook?
Not at first, not at first. At first it was all make-believe. Rumors were cunningly circulated about executions, but no one really knew anyone who had died that way. McCabe had a good old time making bloodthirsty threats against the Buchananists, which was everybody. And Buchanan went into cozy hiding in the jungle, Castle continued, where he wrote and preached all day long and ate good things his disciples brought him. McCabe would organize the unemployed, which was practically everybody, into great Buchanan hunts. About every 6 months, McCabe would announce triumphantly that Buchanan was surrounded by a ring of steel, which was remorselessly closing in. And then the leaders of the remorseless ring would have to report to McCabe, full of chagrin and apoplexy, that Buchanan had done the impossible. He had escaped, had evaporated, had lived to preach another day. Miracle!
79. Why McCabe's soul grew coarse.
McCabe and Buchanan did not succeed in raising what is generally thought of as the standard of living, said Castle. The truth was that life was as short and brutish and mean as ever. But people didn't have to pay as much attention to the awful truth. As the living legend of the cruel tyrant in the city and the gentle holy man in the jungle grew, so too did the happiness of the people grow. They were all employed full-time as actors in a play they understood, that any human being anywhere could understand and applaud.
So life became a work of art, I marveled.
Yes. There was only one trouble with it.
Oh?
The drama was very tough on the souls of the two main actors, McCabe and Buchanan. As young men, they had been pretty much alike, had both been half angel, half pirate. But the drama demanded that the pirate half of Buchanan and the angel half of McCabe wither away. And McCabe and Buchanan paid a terrible price in agony for the happiness of the people. McCabe knowing the agony of the tyrant, and Buchanan knowing the agony of the saint. They both became, for all practical purposes, insane.
Castle crooked the index finger of his left hand.
And then people really did start dying on the Hayuoka.
But Buchanan was never caught? I asked.
McCabe never went that crazy. He never made a really serious effort to catch Buchanan. It would have been easy to do.
Why didn't he catch him?
McCabe was always sane enough to realize that without the holy man to war against, he himself would become meaningless. Papa Monzano understands that, too.
Do people still die on the hook?
It's inevitably fatal.
I mean, I said, does Papa really have people executed that way?
He executes one every 2 years, just to keep the pot boiling, so to speak.
He sighed, looking up at the evening sky. "Busy, busy, busy." "Sir?" "It's what we economists say," he said, "when we feel that a lot of mysterious things are going on." "You?" I was amazed. "A economist, too?" He gazed at me levelly. "You, too. You'll find out." 80. The Waterfall Strainers. Angela and Newt were on the cantilevered terrace with Julian, Castle, and me. We had cocktails. There was still no word from Frank. Both Angela and Newt, it appeared, were fairly heavy drinkers. Castle told me that his days as a playboy had cost him a kidney, and that he was unhappily compelled perforce to stick to ginger ale. Angela, when she got a few drinks into her, complained of how the world had swindled her father. He gave so much, and they gave him so little. I pressed her for examples of the world's stinginess, and got some exact numbers. General Forge and Foundry gave him a $45 bonus for every patent his work led to, she said. That's the same patent bonus they paid anybody in the company. She shook her head mournfully. $45! And just think what some of those patents were for. I said, I assume he got a salary, too. The most he ever made was $28,000 a year. I'd say that was pretty good. She got very huffy. You know what movie stars make? A lot, sometimes. You know Dr. Breed made $10,000 more a year than Father did? That was certainly an injustice. I'm sick of injustice. She was so shrilly exercised that I changed the subject. I asked Julian Castle what he thought had become of the painting he had thrown down the waterfall. "There's a little village at the bottom," he told me. 5 or 10 shacks, I'd say. It's Papa Monzano's birthplace, incidentally. The waterfall ends in a big stone bowl there. The villagers have a net made of chicken wire stretched across a notch in the bowl. Water spills out through the notch into a stream. And Newt's painting is in the net now, do you think? I asked. "This is a poor country, in case you haven't noticed," said Castle. "Nothing stays in the net very long. I imagine Newt's painting is being dried in the sun by now, along with the butt of my cigar. 4 square feet of gummy canvas, the 4 milled and mitered sticks of the stretcher, some tacks, 2, and a cigar, all in all a pretty nice catch for some poor, poor man." "I could just scream sometimes," said Angela, "when I think about how much some people get paid and how little they paid Father, and how much he gave." She was on the edge of a crying jag. "Don't cry," Newt begged her gently. "Sometimes I can't help it," she said. "Go get your clarinet," urged Newt. "That always helps." I thought at first that this was a fairly comical suggestion, but then from Angela's reaction I learned that the suggestion was serious and practical. "When I get this way," she said to Castle and me, "sometimes it's the only thing that helps." But she was too shy to get her clarinet right away. We had to keep begging her to play, and she had to have 2 more drinks. "She's really just wonderful," little Newt promised. "I'd love to hear you play," said Castle. "All right," said Angela finally, as she rose unsteadily. "All right, I will." When she was out of earshot, Newt apologized for her. "She's had a tough time. She needs a rest." "She's been sick?" I asked. "Her husband is mean as hell to her," said Newt. He showed us that he hated Angela's handsome young husband, the extremely successful Harrison C. Connors, president of Fabri-Tech. "He hardly ever comes home, and when he does, he's drunk, and generally covered with lipstick." From the way she talked, I said, I thought it was a very happy marriage. Little Newt held his hands 6 inches apart, and he spread his fingers. "See the cat? See the cradle?" 81. A White Bride for the son of a Pullman porter. I did not know what was going to come from Angela's clarinet. No one could have imagined what was going to come from there. I expected something pathological,
but I did not expect the depth, the violence, and the almost intolerable beauty of the disease. Angela moistened and warmed the mouthpiece, but did not blow a single preliminary note. Her eyes glazed over, and her long, bony fingers twittered idly over the noiseless keys. I waited anxiously, and I remembered what Marvin Breed had told me, that Angela's one escape from her bleak life with her father was to her room, where she would lock the door and play along with phonograph records. Newt now put a long-playing record on the large phonograph in the room off the terrace. He came back with a record slipcase, which he handed to me. The record was called Cat House Piano. It was of unaccompanied piano music by Meade Lux Lewis. Since Angela, in order to deepen her trance, let Lewis play his first number without joining him, I read some of what the jacket said about Lewis. Born in Louisville, Kentucky in 1905, I read, Mr. Lewis didn't turn to music until he had passed his 16th birthday, and then the instrument provided by his father was the violin. A year later, young Lewis chanced to hear Jimmy Yancey play the piano. This, as Lewis recalls, was the real thing. Soon, I read, Lewis was teaching himself to play the boogie-woogie piano, absorbing all that was possible from the older Yancey, who remained until his death a close friend and idol to Mr. Lewis. Since his father was a Pullman porter, I read, the Lewis family lived near the railroad. The rhythm of the train soon became a natural pattern to young Lewis, and he composed the boogie-woogie solo, now a classic of its kind, which became known as Honky-Tonk Train Blues. I looked up from my reading. The first number on the record was done. The phonograph needle was now scratching its slow way across the void to the second. The second number, I learned from the jacket, was Dragon Blues. Meade Lux Lewis played 4 bars alone, and then Angela Honecker joined in. Her eyes were closed. I was flabbergasted. She was great. She improvised around the music of the Pullman porter's son, went from liquid lyricism to rasping lechery to the shrill skittishness of a frightened child to a heroine nightmare. Her glissandi spoke of heaven and hell and all that lay between. Such music from such a woman could only be a case of schizophrenia or demonic possession. My hair stood on end, as though Angela were rolling on the floor, foaming at the mouth and babbling fluent Babylonian. When the music was done, I shrieked to Julian Castle, who was transfixed too, "My God! Life! Who can understand even one little minute of it?" "Don't try," he said. "Just pretend you understand." That's very good advice." I went limp. Castle quoted another poem. "Tiger got to hunt, bird got to fly, man got to sit and wonder why. Tiger got to sleep, bird got to land, man got to tell himself he understand." "What's that from?" I asked. "What could it possibly be from but the books of Buchanan?" "I'd love to see a copy sometime." "Copies are hard to come by," said Castle. "They aren't printed. They're made by hand. And, of course, there is no such thing as a completed copy, since Buchanan is adding things every day." Little Newt snorted. "Religion!" "Beg your pardon?" Castle said.
"See the cat?"
asked Newt.
"See the cradle?"
82. Zama Kibo. Major General Franklin Honecker didn't appear for supper. He telephoned and insisted on talking to me and to no one else. He told me that he was keeping a vigil by Papa's bed, that Papa was dying in great pain. Frank sounded scared and lonely. "Look," I said, "why don't I go back to my hotel, and you and I can get together later when this crisis is over?" No. You stay right there. I want you to be where I can get hold of you right away." He was panicky about my slipping out of his grasp. Since I couldn't account for his interest in me, I began to feel panic too. "Could you give me some idea what you want to see me about?" I asked. "Not over the telephone." "Something about your father?" "Something about you." "Something I've done?"
something you're going to do. I heard a chicken clucking in the background of Frank's end of the line. I heard a door open, and xylophone music came from some chamber. The music was again When Day is Done. And then the door was closed, and I couldn't hear the music any more. I'd appreciate it if you'd give me some small hint of what you expect me to do, so I can sort of get set, I said. Zamakibo. What? It's a Bacononist word. I don't know any Bacononist words. Julian Castle's there? Yes. Ask him, said Frank. I've got to go now. He hung up. So I asked Julian Castle what Zamakibo meant. You want a simple answer or a whole answer? Let's start with a simple one. Fate. Inevitable destiny. 83. Dr. Schlicker von Königswald approaches the break-even point. Cancer, said Julian Castle at dinner when I told him that Papa was dying in pain. Cancer of what? Cancer of about everything. You say he collapsed on the reviewing stand today? He sure did, said Angela. That was the effect of drugs, Castle declared. He's at the point now where drugs and pain just about balance out. More drugs would kill him. I'd kill him myself, I think, murmured Newt. He was sitting on a sort of folding high chair he took with him when he went visiting. It was made of aluminum tubing and canvas. It beats sitting on a dictionary, an atlas, and a telephone book, he'd said when he'd erected it. That's what Corporal McCabe did, of course, said Castle. He named his major domo as his successor. Then he shot himself. Cancer, too? I asked. I can't be sure. I don't think so, though. Unrelieved villainy just wore him out, is my guess. That was all before my time. This is certainly a cheerful conversation, said Angela. I think everybody would agree that these are cheerful times, said Castle. Well, I said to him, I'd think you would have more reasons for being cheerful than most, doing what you are doing with your life. I once had a yacht, too, you know. I don't follow you. Having a yacht is a reason for being more cheerful than most, too. If you aren't Papa's doctor, I said, who is? One of my staff, a Dr. Schlichter von Königswald. A German? Vaguely. He was in the SS for 14 years. He was a camp physician at Auschwitz for 6 of those years. Doing penance at the House of Hope and Mercy, is he? Yes, said Castle, and making great strides, too, saving lives right and left. Good for him. Yes, if he keeps going at his present rate, working night and day, the number of people he's saved will equal the number of people he let die in the year 3010. So there's another member of my Karass, Dr. Schlichter von Königswald. 84. Blackout. 3 hours after supper, Frank still hadn't come home. Julian Castle excused himself and went back to the House of Hope and Mercy in the jungle. Angela and Newt and I sat on the cantilevered terrace. The lights of Bolivar were lovely below us. There was a great illuminated cross on top of the administration building of Monzano Airport. It was motor-driven, turning slowly, boxing the compass with electric piety. There were other bright places on the island, too, to the north of us. Mountains prevented our seeing them directly, but we could see in the sky their balloons of light. I asked Stanley, Frank Hoenecker's major domo, to identify for me the sources of the auroras. He pointed them out counterclockwise. House of Hope and Mercy in the jungle, Papa's Palace, and Fort Jesus. Fort Jesus? The training camp for our soldiers. It's named after Jesus Christ? Sure, why not? There was a new balloon of light growing quickly to the north. Before I could ask what it was, it revealed itself as headlights topping a ridge. The headlights were coming towards us. They belonged to a convoy. The convoy was composed of 5 American-made army trucks. Machine gunners manned ring mounts on the tops of the cabs. The convoy stopped in Frank's driveway. Soldiers dismounted at once. They set to work on the grounds, digging foxholes and machine-gun pits.
I went out with Frank's major domo to ask the officer in charge what was going on.
"We have been ordered to protect the next president of San Lorenzo," said the officer in island dialect.
"He isn't here now," I informed him.
"I don't know anything about it," he said. "My orders are to dig in here, that's all I know."
I told Angela and Newt about it. "Do you think there's any real danger?" Angela asked me. "I'm a stranger here myself," I said. At that moment, there was a power failure. Every electric light in San Lorenzo went out. 85. A pack of Foma. Frank's servants brought us gasoline lanterns, told us that power failures were common in San Lorenzo, that there was no cause for alarm. I found that disquiet was hard for me to set aside, however, since Frank had spoken of my Zama Kibo. He had made me feel as though my own free will were as irrelevant as the free will of a piggywig arriving at the Chicago stockyards. I remembered again the Stone Angel in Ilium, and I listened to the soldiers outside, to their clinking, chunking, murmuring labors. I was unable to concentrate on the conversation of Angela and Newt, though they got onto a fairly interesting subject. They told me that their father had had an identical twin. They had never met him. His name was Rudolph. The last they had heard of him, he was a music box manufacturer in Zurich, Switzerland. "Father hardly ever mentioned him," said Angela.
"Father hardly ever mentioned anybody," Newt declared.
There was a sister of the old man, too, they told me. Her name was Celia. She raised giant schnauzers on Shelter Island, New York. "She always sends a Christmas card," said Angela.
"With a picture of a giant schnauzer on it," said little Newt.
"It sure is funny how different people in different families turn out," Angela observed. "That's very true and well said," I agreed. I excused myself from the glittering company and asked Stanley, the major domo, if there happened to be a copy of the Books of Buchanan about the house. Stanley pretended not to know what I was talking about, and then he grumbled that the Books of Buchanan were filth, and then he insisted that anyone who read them should die on the hook, and then he brought me a copy from Frank's bedside table. It was a heavy thing, about the size of an unabridged dictionary. It was written by hand. I trundled it off to my bedroom, to my slab of rubber on living rock. There was no index, so my search for the implications of Zama Kibo was difficult, was, in fact, fruitless that night. I learned some things, but they were scarcely helpful. I learned of the Buchananist cosmology, for instance, wherein Borasisi, the sun, held Pabu, the moon, in his arms, and hoped that Pabu would bear him a fiery child. But poor Pabu gave birth to children that were cold, that did not burn, and Borasisi threw them away in disgust. These were the planets who circled their terrible father at a safe distance. Then poor Pabu herself was cast away, and she went to live with her favorite child, which was Earth. Earth was Pabu's favorite because it had people on it, and the people looked up at her and loved her and sympathized. And what opinion did Buchanan hold of his own cosmology? "Foma! Lies," he wrote. "A pack of Foma." 86. 2 little jugs. It's hard to believe that I slept at all, but I must have, for otherwise how could I have found myself awakened by a series of bangs and a flood of light? I rolled out of bed at the first bang and ran to the heart of the house in the brainless ecstasy of a volunteer fireman. I found myself rushing headlong at Newt and Angela, who were fleeing from beds of their own. We all stopped short, sheepishly analyzing the nightmarish sounds around us, sorting them out as coming from a radio, from an electric dishwasher, from a pump, all restored to noisy life by the return of electric power. The three of us awakened enough to realize that there was humor in our situation, that we had reacted in amusingly human ways to a situation that seemed mortal but wasn't. And to demonstrate my mastery over my illusory fate, I turned the radio off. We all chuckled. And we all vied in saving face to be the greatest student of human nature, the person with the quickest sense of humor. Newt was the quickest. He pointed out to me that I had my passport and my billfold and my wristwatch in my hands. I had no idea what I'd grabbed in the face of death, didn't know I'd grabbed anything. I countered hilariously by asking Angela and Newt why it was that they both carried little thermos jugs, identical red and grey jugs, capable of holding about 3 cups of coffee. It was news to them both that they were carrying such jugs. They were shocked to find them in their hands. They were spared making an explanation by more banging outside. I was bound to find out what the banging was right away, and with a brazenness as unjustified as my earlier panic, I investigated, found Frank Hoenikker outside tinkering with a motor generator set mounted on a truck. The generator was the new source of our electricity. The gasoline motor that drove it was backfiring and smoking. Frank was trying to fix it. He had the heavenly Mona with him. She was watching him, as always, gravely. "Boy, have I got news for you," he yelled at me, and he led the way back into the house. Angela and Newt were still in the living room, but somehow, somewhere, they managed to get rid of their peculiar thermos jugs. The contents of those jugs, of course, were parts of the legacies from Dr. Felix Hoenikker, were parts of the Wampeter of my Karas, were chips of Ice 9. Frank took me aside. "How awake are you?" "As awake as I ever was. I hope you're really wide awake, because we've got to have a talk right now." "Start talking. Let's get some privacy." Frank told Mona to make herself comfortable. "We'll call you if we need you." I looked at Mona meltingly, and I thought that I had never needed anyone as much as I needed her. 87. The Cut of My Jib. About this Franklin Hoenikker, the pinch-faced child spoke with the timbre and conviction of a kazoo. I had heard it said in the army that such and such a man spoke like a man with a paper rectum. Such a man was General Hoenikker. Poor Frank had had almost no experience in talking to anyone, having spent a furtive childhood as Secret Agent X9. Now, hoping to be hearty and persuasive, he said tinny things to me, things like, "I like the cut of your jib," and "I want to talk cold turkey to you, man to man." And he took me down to what he called his den, in order that we might call a spade and let the chips fall where they may. So we went down steps cut into a cliff and into a natural cave that was beneath and behind the waterfall. There were a couple of drawing tables down there, 3 pale, bare-boned Scandinavian chairs, a bookcase containing books on architecture, books in German, French, Finnish, Italian, English. All was lit by electric lights, lights that pulsed with the panting of the motor generator set. And the most striking thing about the cave was that there were pictures painted on the walls, painted with kindergarten boldness, painted with the flat clay, earth, and charcoal colors of very early man. I did not have to ask Frank how old the cave paintings were. I was able to date them by their subject. The paintings were not of mammoths or saber-toothed tigers or ichthyophallic cave bears. The paintings treated endlessly the aspects of Mona Amons Monzano as a little girl. This is where Mona's father worked?" I asked. "That's right. He was the Finn who designed the House of Hope and Mercy in the jungle." "I know. That isn't what I brought you down here to talk about." "This is something about your father?" "This is about you." Frank put his hand on my shoulder, and he looked me in the eye. The effect was dismaying. Frank meant to inspire camaraderie, but his head looked to me like a bizarre little owl, blinded by light and perched on a tall white post. "Maybe you'd better come to the point." "There's no sense in beating around the bush," he said. "I'm a pretty good judge of character, if I do say so myself, and I like the cut of your jib." "Thank you. I think you and I could really hit it off." "I have no doubt of it. We've both got things that mesh." I was grateful when he took his hand from my shoulder. He meshed the fingers of his hands like gear teeth. One hand represented him, I suppose, and the other represented me. "We need each other." He wiggled his fingers to show me how gears worked. I was silent for some time, though outwardly friendly.
"Do you get my meaning?" asked Frank at last. "You and we're going to do something together?" "That's right!" Frank clapped his hands. "You're a worldly person used to meeting the public, and I'm a technical person used to working behind the scenes, making things go." "How can you possibly know what kind of person I am? We've just met." "Your clothes, the way you talk." He put his hand on my shoulder again. "I like the cut of your jib." "So you said." Frank was frantic for me to complete his thought, to do it enthusiastically, but I was still at sea. "Am I to understand that you are offering me some kind of job here in San Lorenzo?" He clapped his hands. He was delighted. "That's right! What would you say to $100,000 a year?" "Good God!" I cried. "What would I have to do for that?" "Practically nothing. And you'd drink out of gold goblets every night and eat off gold plates and have a palace all your own." "What's the job?" "President of the Republic of San Lorenzo." 88. Why Frank couldn't be president. "Me? President?" I gasped. "Who else is there?" "Nuts! Don't say no until you've really thought about it." Frank watched me anxiously. "No! You haven't really thought about it. Enough to know it's crazy." Frank made his fingers into gears again. "We'd work together. I'd be backing you up all the time." "Good. So if I got plugged from the front, you'd get it too." "Plugged? Shot! Assassinated!" Frank was mystified. "Why would anybody shoot you?" "So he could get to be president." Frank shook his head. "Nobody in San Lorenzo wants to be president," he promised me. "It's against their religion." "It's against your religion, too? I thought you were going to be the next president." He said, and found it hard to go on. He looked haunted. "You what?" I asked. He faced the sheet of water that curtained the cave. "Maturity, the way I understand it," he told me, "is knowing what your limitations are." He wasn't far from Buchanan in defining maturity. Maturity, Buchanan tells us, is a bitter disappointment for which no remedy exists, unless laughter can be said to remedy anything. "I know I've got limitations," Frank continued. "They're the same limitations my father had." "Oh? I've got a lot of very good ideas, just the way my father had," Frank told me in the waterfall. "But he was no good at facing the public. And neither am I." 89. Duffel. "You'll take the job?" Frank inquired anxiously. "No," I told him. "Do you know anybody who might want the job?" Frank was giving a classic illustration of what Buchanan calls duffel. Duffel, in the Buchananist sense, is the destiny of thousands upon thousands of persons when placed in the hands of a stupa. A stupa is a fog-bound child. I laughed. "Something's funny?" "Pay no attention when I laugh," I begged him. "I'm a notorious pervert in that respect." "Are you laughing at me?" I shook my head. "No. Word of honor?" "Word of honor. People used to make fun of me all the time." "You must have imagined that." "They used to yell things at me. I didn't imagine that." "People are unkind sometimes without meaning to be," I suggested. I wouldn't have given him my word of honor on that. "You know what they used to yell at me?" "No." "They used to yell at me, 'Hey, X9, where you going?'" "That doesn't seem too bad." "That's what they used to call me," said Frank in sulky reminiscence. "Secret Agent X9. I didn't tell him I knew that already. "Where are you going, X9? Frank echoed again. I imagined what the taunters had been like, imagined where fate had eventually goosed and chivied them to. The wits who had yelled at Frank were surely nicely settled in death-like jobs at General Forge and Foundry, at Ilium Power and Light, at the telephone company. And here, by God, was Secret Agent X9, a major general, offering to make me king, in a cave that was curtained by a tropical waterfall.
They really would have been surprised if I'd stopped and told them where I was going.
You mean you had some premonition you'd end up here? It was a Buchananist question.
I was going to Jack's hobby shop, he said, with no sense of anticlimax.
Oh,
they all knew I was going there, but they didn't know what really went on there. They would have been really surprised, especially the girls, if they'd found out what really went on. The girls didn't think I knew anything about girls.
What really went on?
I was screwing Jack's wife every day. That's how come I fell asleep all the time in high school. That's how come I never achieved my full potential.
He roused himself from this sordid recollection.
Come on, be president of San Lorenzo. You be real good at it with your personality. Please?
90. Only one catch. And the time of night, and the cave, and the waterfall, and the stone angel in Ilium, and 250,000 cigarettes, and 3,000 quarts of booze, and 2 wives, and no wife, and no love waiting for me anywhere, and the listless life of an ink-stained hack, and Pabu the moon, and Borasisi the sun, and their children, all things conspired to form one cosmic vindit, one mighty shove into Buchananism, into the belief that God was running my life and that He had work for me to do. And inwardly I sarooned, which is to say that I acquiesced to the seeming demands of my vindit. Inwardly I agreed to become the next president of San Lorenzo. Outwardly I was still guarded, suspicious. There must be a catch, I hedged.
There isn't.
There'll be an election?
There never has been. We'll just announce who the new president is.
And nobody will object?
Nobody objects to anything. They aren't interested. They don't care.
There has to be a catch.
There's kind of one, Frank admitted. I knew it.
I began to shrink from my vindit.
What is it? What's the catch? Well, it isn't really a catch, because you don't have to do it if you don't want to.
It would be a good idea, though.
Let's hear this great idea.
Well, if you're going to be president, I think you really ought to marry Mona. But you don't have to if you don't want to. You're the boss.
She would have me?
If she'd have me, she'd have you. All you have to do is ask her.
Why should she say yes?
It's predicted in the books of Buchanan that she'll marry the next president of San Lorenzo, said Frank. 91. Mona. Frank brought Mona to her father's cave and left us alone. We had difficulty in speaking at first. I was shy. Her gown was diaphanous. Her gown was azure. It was a simple gown, caught lightly at the waist by a gossamer thread. All else was shaped by Mona herself. Her breasts were like pomegranates, or what you will, but like nothing so much as a young woman's breasts. Her feet were all but bare. Her toenails were exquisitely manicured. Her scanty sandals were gold. How do you do? I asked. My heart was pounding. Blood boiled in my ears.
It is not possible to make a mistake, she assured me.
I did not know that this was a customary greeting given by all Buchananists when meeting a shy person, so I responded with a feverish discussion of whether it was possible to make a mistake or not.
My God, you have no idea how many mistakes I've already made.
You're looking at the world's champion mistake-maker, I blurted, and so on. Do you have any idea what Frank just said to me?
About me?
About everything, but especially about you.
He told you that you could have me if you wanted.
Yes.
That's true. Yes?
I don't know what to say next.
Bokumaru would help, she suggested.
What?
Take off your shoes, she commanded.
And she removed her sandals with the utmost grace. I am a man of the world, having had by a reckoning I once made more than 53 women.
I can say that I have seen women undress themselves in every way that it can be done. I have watched the curtains part on every variation of the final act, and yet the one woman who made me groan involuntarily did no more than remove her sandals. I tried to untie my shoes. No bridegroom ever did worse. I got one shoe off, but knotted the other one tight. I tore a thumbnail on the knot, finally ripped off the shoe without untying it. Then off came my socks. Mona was already sitting on the floor, her legs extended, her round arms thrust behind her for support, her head tilted back, her eyes closed. It was up to me now to complete my first, great God, Boko Maru. 92. On the poet's celebration of his first Boko Maru. These are not Buchanan's words, they are mine. Sweet wraith, invisible mist of... I am my soul, wraith, lovesick o'erlong alone. Wouldst another sweet soul meet? Long have I advised thee ill, as to where two souls might tryst. My souls, my souls, my soul, my soul, go there, sweet soul, be kissed. 93. How I almost lost my Mona. "Do you find it easier to talk to me now?" Mona inquired. "As though I'd known you for 1,000 years, I confessed. I felt like crying. I love you, Mona. I love you." She said it simply. What a fool Frank was! Oh? To give you up! He did not love me. He was going to marry me only because Papa wanted him to. He loves another. Who? A woman he knew in Ilium. The lucky woman had to be the wife of the owner of Jack's hobby shop. He told you? Tonight, when he freed me to marry you. Mona, yes? Is there anyone else in your life? She was puzzled. Many, she said at last. That you love? I love everyone. As much as me? Yes. She seemed to have no idea that this might bother me. I got off the floor, sat in a chair, and started putting my shoes and socks back on. I suppose you do what we just did with other people? Bokumaru? Bokumaru? Of course. I don't want you to do it with anyone but me from now on, I declared. Tears filled her eyes. She adored her promiscuity, was angered that I should try to make her feel shame. I make people happy. Love is good, not bad. As your husband, I'll want all your love for myself. She stared at me with widening eyes. A Sinwat! What was that? A Sinwat, she cried. A man who wants all of somebody's love. That's very bad. In the case of marriage, I think it's a very good thing. It's the only thing. She was still on the floor, and I, now with my shoes and socks back on, was standing. I felt very tall, though I'm not very tall, and I felt very strong, though I'm not very strong, and I was a respectful stranger to my own voice. My voice had a metallic authority that was new. As I went on talking in ball-peen tones, it dawned on me what was happening already. I was already starting to rule. I told Mona that I had seen her performing a sort of vertical bokumaru with a pilot on the reviewing stand shortly after my arrival. You are to have nothing more to do with him, I told her. What is his name? I don't even know, she whispered. She was looking down now. And what about young Philip Castle? You mean Bokumaru? I mean anything and everything. As I understand it, you two grew up together. Yes. Buchanan tutored you both? Yes. The recollection made her radiant again. I suppose there was plenty of Bokumaruing in those days. Oh, yes, she said happily.
You aren't to see him any more either, is that clear?
No,
No?
I will not marry a Sinwat. She stood. Goodbye.
Goodbye?
I was crushed. Baconnen tells us it is very wrong not to love everyone exactly the same. What does your religion say?
I don't have one.
I do.
I had stopped ruling. I see you do, I said.
Goodbye, man with no religion. She went to the stone staircase.
Mona!
She stopped. Yes? Could I have your religion if I wanted it? Of course.
I want it.
Good. I love you.
And I love you.
I sighed. 94. The Highest Mountain. So I became betrothed at dawn to the most beautiful woman in the world, and I agreed to become the next president of San Lorenzo. Papa wasn't dead yet, and it was Frank's feeling that I should get Papa's blessing if possible. So as Borasisi the sun came up, Frank and I drove to Papa's castle in a jeep we commandeered from the troops guarding the next president. Mona stayed at Frank's. I kissed her sacredly, and she went to sacred sleep. Over the mountains, Frank and I went through groves of wild coffee trees with a flamboyant sunrise on our right. It was in the sunrise that the cetacean majesty of the highest mountain on the island, of Mount McCabe, made itself known to me. It was a fearful hump, a blue whale, with one queer stone plug on its back for a peak. In scale with a whale, the plug might have been the stump of a snapped harpoon, and it seemed so unrelated to the rest of the mountain that I asked Frank if it had been built by men. He told me that it was a natural formation. Moreover, he declared that no man, as far as he knew, had ever been to the top of Mount McCabe. "It doesn't look very tough to climb," I commented. Save for the plug at the top, the mountain presented inclines no more forbidding than courthouse steps, and the plug itself, from a distance at any rate, seemed conveniently laced with ramps and ledges. "Is it sacred or something?" I asked. "Maybe it was once, but not since Baconnen." "Then why hasn't anybody climbed it?" "Nobody's felt like it yet." "Maybe I'll climb it." "Go ahead, nobody's stopping you." We rode in silence. "What is sacred to Baconnenists?" I asked after a while. "Not even God, as near as I can tell." "Nothing? Just one thing." I made some guesses. "The ocean? The sun?" "Man," said Frank. "That's all. Just man." 95. I see the hook. We came at last to the castle. It was low and black and cruel. Antique cannon still lolled on the battlements. Vines and bird nests clogged the crenels and machicolations and balustraria. Its parapets to the north were continuous with the scarp of a monstrous precipice that fell 600 feet straight down to the lukewarm sea. It posed the question posed by all such stone piles. How had puny men moved stones so big? And like all such stone piles, it answered the question itself. Dumb terror had moved those stones so big. The castle was built according to the wish of Tumbumwa, Emperor of San Lorenzo, a demented man, an escaped slave. Tumbumwa was said to have found its design in a child's picture book. A gory book it must have been. Just before we reached the palace gate, the ruts carried us through a rustic arch made of 2 telephone poles and a beam that spanned them. Hanging from the middle of the beam was a huge iron hook. There was a sign impaled on the hook. "This hook," the sign proclaimed, "is reserved for Baconnen himself." I turned to look at the hook again, and that thing of sharp iron communicated to me that I really was going to rule. I would chop down the hook. And I flattered myself that I was going to be a firm, just, and kindly ruler, and that my people would prosper. Fata Morgana. Mirage. 96.
bell, book, and chicken in a hat box. Frank and I couldn't get right in to see Papa. Dr. Schlichter von Königswald, the physician in attendance, muttered that we would have to wait about half an hour. So Frank and I waited in the anteroom of Papa's suite, a room without windows. The room was 30 feet square, furnished with several rugged benches and a card table. The card table supported an electric fan. The walls were stone. There were no pictures, no decorations of any sort on the walls. There were iron rings fixed to the wall, however, 7 feet off the floor and at intervals of 6 feet. I asked Frank if the room had ever been a torture chamber. He told me that it had, and that the manhole cover on which I stood was the lid of an oubliette. There was a listless guard in the anteroom. There was also a Christian minister who was ready to take care of Papa's spiritual needs as they arose. He had a brass dinner bell and a hat box with holes drilled in it, and a Bible and a butcher knife, all laid out on the bench beside him. He told me there was a live chicken in the hat box. The chicken was quiet, he said, because he had fed it tranquilizers. Like all San Lorenzans past the age of 25, he looked at least 60. He told me that his name was Dr. Vox Humana, that he was named after an organ stop that had struck his mother when San Lorenzo Cathedral was dynamited in 1923. His father, he told me without shame, was unknown. I asked him what particular Christian sect he represented, and I observed frankly that the chicken and the butcher knife were novelties insofar as my understanding of Christianity went. The bell, I commented, I can understand how that might fit in nicely. He turned out to be an intelligent man. His doctorate, which he invited me to examine, was awarded by the Western Hemisphere University of the Bible of Little Rock, Arkansas. He made contact with the university through a classified ad in Popular Mechanics, he told me. He said that the motto of the university had become his own, and that it explained the chicken and the butcher knife. The motto of the university was this: make religion live. He said that he had had to feel his way along with Christianity, since Catholicism and Protestantism had been outlawed along with Buchananism. So if I am going to be a Christian under those conditions, I have to make up a lot of new stuff. So, he said in dialect, Jeff jibam gong bekretjan 100 jons konstenzien, je hab mi jup unlot ne stopf. Dr. Schlichter von Königswald now came out of Papa's suite, looking very German, very tired. You can see Papa now. We'll be careful not to tire him, Frank promised. If you could kill him, said von Königswald, I think he'd be grateful. 97. The Stinking Christian. Papa Manzano and his merciless disease were in a bed that was made of a golden dinghy, tiller, painter, oarlocks, and all gilt. His bed was the lifeboat of Buchanan's old schooner, the Lady's Slipper. It was the lifeboat of the ship that had brought Buchanan and Corporal McCabe to San Lorenzo so long ago. The walls of the room were white, but Papa radiated pain so hot and bright that the walls seemed bathed in angry red. He was stripped from the waist up, and his glistening belly wall was knotted. His belly shivered like a luffing sail. Around his neck hung a chain with a cylinder the size of a rifle cartridge for a pendant. I supposed that the cylinder contained some magic charm. I was mistaken. It contained a splinter of Ice 9. Papa could hardly speak. His teeth chattered, and his breathing was beyond control. Papa's agonized head was at the bow of the dinghy, bent back. Mona's xylophone was near the bed. She had apparently tried to soothe Papa with music the previous evening. "Papa?" whispered Frank. "Goodbye," Papa gasped. His eyes were bulging, sightless. "I brought a friend. Goodbye. He's going to be the next president of San Lorenzo. He'll be a much better president than I could be." "Ice," Papa whimpered. "He asks for ice," said von Königswald.
When we bring it, he does not want it." Papa rolled his eyes, he relaxed his neck, took the weight of his body from the crown of his head, and then he arched his neck again. "Does not matter," he said. "Who is president of—" He did not finish. I finished for him. "San Lorenzo?" "San Lorenzo," he agreed. He managed a crooked smile. "Good luck," he croaked. "Thank you, sir," I said. "Doesn't matter. Buchanan. Get Buchanan." I attempted a sophisticated reply to this last. I remembered that for the joy of the people, Buchanan was always to be chased, was never to be caught. "I will get him." "Tell him—" I leaned closer in order to hear the message from Papa to Buchanan. "Tell him I am sorry I did not kill him," said Papa. "I will." "You kill him." "Yes, sir." Papa gained control enough of his voice to make it commanding. "I mean, really." I said nothing to that. I was not eager to kill anyone. "He teaches the people lies and lies and lies. Kill him and teach the people truth." "Yes, sir." "You and Hanukkah, you teach them science." "Yes, sir, we will," I promised. "Science is magic that works." He fell silent, relaxed, closed his eyes, and then he whispered, "Last rites." Von Königswald called Dr. Vox Humana in. Dr. Humana took his tranquilized chicken out of the hat box, preparing to administer Christian last rites as he understood them. Papa opened one eye. "Not you!" he sneered at Dr. Humana. "Get out!" "Sir?" asked Dr. Humana. "I am a member of the Buchananist faith," Papa wheezed. "Get out, you stinking Christian!" 98. Last Rites. So I was privileged to see the last rites of the Buchananist faith. We made an effort to find someone among the soldiers and the household staff who would admit that he knew the rites and would give them to Papa. We got no volunteers. That was hardly surprising, with a hook and an oubliette so near. So Dr. von Königswald said that he would have a go at the job. He had never administered the rites before, but he had seen Julian Castle do it hundreds of times. "Are you a Buchananist?" I asked him. "I agree with one Buchananist idea. I agree that all religions, including Buchananism, are nothing but lies." "Will this bother you as a scientist," I inquired, "to go through a ritual like this?" "I am a very bad scientist. I will do anything to make a human being feel better, even if it's unscientific. No scientist worthy of the name could say such a thing." And he climbed into the golden boat with Papa. He sat in the stern. Cramped quarters obliged him to have the golden tiller under one arm. He wore sandals without socks, and he took these off. And then he rolled back the covers at the foot of the bed, exposing Papa's bare feet. He put the soles of his feet against Papa's feet, assuming the classical position for Boko Maru. 99. Diot mit mat. "Gott mate mut," crooned Dr. von Königswald. "Diot mit mat," echoed Papa Monzano. "God made mud," was what they'd said, each in his own dialect. I will here abandon the dialects of the litany. "God got lonesome," said von Königswald. "God got lonesome." "So God said to some of the mud, 'Sit up.'" "So God said to some of the mud, 'Sit up.'" "See all I've made," said God, "the hills, the sea, the sky, the stars." "See all I've made," said God, "the hills, the sea, the sky, the stars." "And I was some of the mud that got to sit up and look around." "And I was some of the mud that got to sit up and look around." Lucky me, lucky mud. Lucky me, lucky mud. Tears were streaming down Papa's cheeks. I, Mud, sat up and saw what a nice job God had done. I, Mud, sat up and saw what a nice job God had done. Nice going, God! Nice going, God! Papa said it with all his heart. Nobody but you could have done it, God. I certainly couldn't have. Nobody but you could have done it, God. I certainly couldn't have. I feel very unimportant compared to you. I feel very unimportant compared to you. The only way I can feel the least bit important is to think of all the mud that didn't even get to sit up and look around. The only way I can feel the least bit important is to think of all the mud that didn't even get to sit up and look around. I got so much, and most mud got so little. I got so much, and most mud got so little. Den you vore da ono, cried von Königswald. Tjenk vu vore lo jonjo, wheezed Papa. What they had said was, thank you for the honor. Now Mud lies down again and goes to sleep. Now Mud lies down again and goes to sleep. What memories for Mud to have! What memories for Mud to have! What interesting other kinds of sitting-up mud I met! What interesting other kinds of sitting-up mud I met! I loved everything I saw. I loved everything I saw. Good night. Good night. I will go to heaven now. I will go to heaven now. I can hardly wait. I can hardly wait to find out for certain what my Wampeter was. To find out for certain what my Wampeter was, and who was in my karass, and who was in my karass, and all the good things our karass did for you, and all the good things our karass did for you. Amen. Amen. 100. Down the oubliette goes Frank. But Papa didn't die and go to heaven. Not then. I asked Frank how we might best time the announcement of my elevation to the presidency. He was no help. He had no ideas. He left it all up to me. I thought you were going to back me up, I complained. As far as anything technical goes. Frank was prim about it. I wasn't to violate his integrity as a technician, wasn't to make him exceed the limits of his job. I see. However you want to handle people is all right with me. That's your responsibility. This abrupt abdication of Frank from all human affairs shocked and angered me, and I said to him, meaning to be satirical, "Do you mind telling me what, in a purely technical way, is planned for this day of days?" I got a strictly technical reply. "Repair the power plant and stage an air show." "Good. So one of my first triumphs as president will be to restore electricity to my people." Frank didn't see anything funny in that. He gave me a salute. "I'll try, sir. I'll do my best for you, sir. I can't guarantee how long it'll be before we get juice back." "That's what I want, a juicy country." "I'll do my best, sir." Frank saluted me again. "And the air show?" I asked. "What's that?" I got another wooden reply. "At 1 o'clock this afternoon, sir, 6 planes of the San Lorenzo Air Force will fly past the palace here and shoot at targets in the water. It's part of the celebration of the Day of the 100 Martyrs to Democracy. The American ambassador also plans to throw a wreath into the sea." So I decided tentatively that I would have Frank announce my apotheosis immediately following the wreath ceremony and the air show. "What do you think of that?" I said to Frank. "You're the boss, sir." "I think I'd better have a speech ready," I said, "and there should be some sort of swearing in to make it look dignified, official." "You're the boss, sir." Each time he said those words, they seemed to come from farther away, as though Frank were descending the rungs of a ladder into a deep shaft, while I was obliged to remain above. And I realized with chagrin that my agreeing to be boss had freed Frank to do what he wanted to do more than anything else, to do what his father had done, to receive honors and creature comforts while escaping human responsibilities. He was accomplishing this by going down a spiritual oubliette. 101. Like my predecessors, I outlaw Bakonin. So I wrote my speech in a round, bare room at the foot of a tower. There was a table and a chair, and the speech I wrote was round and bare and sparsely furnished, too. It was hopeful. It was humble. And I found it impossible not to lean on God. I had never needed such support before, and so had never believed that such support was available. Now I found that I had to believe in it, and I did. In addition, I would need the help of people. I called for a list of the guests who were to be at the ceremonies and found that Julian Castle and his son had not been invited. I sent messengers to invite them at once, since they knew more about my people than anyone, with the exception of Bakonin. As for Bakonin, I pondered asking him to join my government, thus bringing about a sort of millennium for my people, and I thought of ordering that the awful hook outside the palace gate be taken down at once, amidst great rejoicing. But then I understood that a millennium would have to offer something more than a holy man in a position of power, that there would have to be plenty of good things for all to eat, too, and nice places to live for all, and good schools and good health and good times for all, and work for all who wanted it, things Bakonin and I were in no position to provide. So good and evil had to remain separate, good in the jungle and evil in the palace. Whatever entertainment there was in that was about all we had to give the people. There was a knock on my door. A servant told me the guests had begun to arrive. So I put my speech in my pocket, and I mounted the spiral staircase in my tower. I arrived at the uppermost battlement of my castle, and I looked out at my guests, my servants, my cliff, and my lukewarm sea. 102. Enemies of Freedom. When I think of all those people on my uppermost battlement, I think of Bakonin's 119th Calypso, wherein he invites us to sing along with him. "Where's my good old gang done gone?" I heard a sad man say. I whispered in that sad man's ear, "Your gang's done gone away." Present were Ambassador Horlick Minton and his lady, H. Lowe Crosby, the bicycle manufacturer, and his Hazel, Dr. Julian Castle, humanitarian and philanthropist, and his son, Philip, author and innkeeper, little Newton Honecker, the picture painter, and his musical sister, Mrs. Harrison C. Connors, my heavenly Mona, Major General Franklin Honecker, and 20 assorted San Lorenzo bureaucrats and military men. Dead. Almost all dead now. As Bakonin tells us, it is never a mistake to say goodbye. There was a buffet on my battlements, a buffet burdened with native delicacies, roasted warblers and little overcoats made of their own blue-green feathers, lavender land crabs taken from their shells, minced, fried in coconut oil, and returned to their shells, fingerling barracuda stuffed with banana paste, and on unleavened, unseasoned cornmeal wafers, bite-sized cubes of boiled albatross. The albatross, I was told, had been shot from the very bartizan in which the buffet stood. There were 2 beverages offered, both uniced, Pepsi-Cola and native rum. The Pepsi-Cola was served in plastic pilseners. The rum was served in coconut shells. I was unable to identify the sweet bouquet of the rum, though it somehow reminded me of early adolescence.
Frank was able to name the bouquet for me. Acetone. Acetone? Used in model airplane cement. I did not drink the rum. Ambassador Minton did a lot of ambassadorial gourmand saluting with his coconut, pretending to love all men and all the beverages that sustained them, but I did not see him drink. He had with him, incidentally, a piece of luggage of a sort I had never seen before. It looked like a French horn case, and proved to contain the memorial wreath that was to be cast into the sea. The only person I saw drink the rum was H. Lowe Crosby, who plainly had no sense of smell. He was having a good time, drinking acetone from his coconut, sitting on a cannon, blocking the touch-hole with his big behind. He was looking out to sea through a huge pair of Japanese binoculars. He was looking at targets mounted on bobbing floats anchored offshore. The targets were cardboard cutouts shaped like men. They were to be fired upon and bombed in a demonstration of might by the 6 planes of the San Lorenzo Air Force. Each target was a caricature of some real person, and the name of that person was painted on the target's back and front. I asked who the caricaturist was and learned that he was Dr. Vox Humana, the Christian minister. He was at my elbow. "I didn't know you were talented in that direction, too." "Oh, yes. When I was a young man, I had a very hard time deciding what to be. I think the choice you made was the right one. I prayed for guidance from above." "You got it." H. Lowe Crosby handed his binoculars to his wife. "There's old Joe Stalin closest in, and old Fidel Castro's anchored right next to him."
"And there's old Hitler," chuckled Hazel, delighted. "And there's old Mussolini, and some old Jap."
"And there's old Karl Marx."
"And there's old Kaiser Bill, spiked hat and all," cooed Hazel. "I never expected to see him again."
"And there's old Mao. You see old Mao?"
"Isn't he gonna get it?" asked Hazel. "Isn't he gonna get the surprise of his life? This sure is a cute idea."
"They got practically every enemy that freedom ever had out there," H. Lowe Crosby declared.
103. A medical opinion on the effects of a writer's strike. None of the guests knew yet that I was to be president. None knew how close to death Papa was. Frank gave out the official word that Papa was resting comfortably, that Papa sent his best wishes to all. The order of events, as announced by Frank, was that Ambassador Minton would throw his wreath into the sea in honor of the 100 martyrs, and then the airplanes would shoot the targets in the sea, and then he, Frank, would say a few words. He did not tell the company that following his speech there would be a speech by me. So I was treated as nothing more than a visiting journalist, and I engaged in harmless granfaloonery here and there.
"Hello, Mom,"
I said to Hazel Crosby.
"Why, if it isn't my boy."
Hazel gave me a perfumed hug, and she told everybody,
"This boy's a Hoosier."
The Castles, father and son, stood separate from the rest of the company. Long unwelcome at Papa's palace, they were curious as to why they had now been invited there. Young Castle called me Scoop. "Good morning, Scoop. What's new in the word game?" "I might ask the same of you," I replied. "I'm thinking of calling a general strike of all writers until mankind finally comes to its senses. Would you support it?" "Do writers have a right to strike? That would be like the police or firemen walking out." "Or the college professors."
"Or the college professors," I agreed.
I shook my head. "No, I don't think my conscience would let me support a strike like that. When a man becomes a writer, I think he takes on a sacred obligation to produce beauty and enlightenment and comfort at top speed." "I just can't help thinking what a real shaking up it would give people if all of a sudden there were no new books, new plays, new histories, new poems." "And how proud would you be when people started dying like flies?" I demanded. "They'd die more like mad dogs, I think, snarling and snapping at each other and biting their own tails." I turned to Castle the elder. "Sir, how does a man die when he's deprived of the consolations of literature?" "In one of 2 ways," he said. "Putrescence of the heart,
or atrophy of the nervous system?"
"Neither one very pleasant, I expect," I suggested.
"No," said Castle the elder. "For the love of God, both of you, please keep writing."
104. Sulfathiazole. My heavenly Mona did not approach me and did not encourage me with languishing glances to come to her side. She made a hostess of herself, introducing Angela and little Newt to San Lorenzans. As I ponder now the meaning of that girl, recall her indifference to Papa's collapse, to her betrothal to me, I vacillate between lofty and cheap appraisals. Did she represent the highest form of female spirituality? Or was she anesthetized, frigid, a cold fish, in fact, a dazed addict of the xylophone, the cult of beauty, and Bokomaru? I shall never know. Buchanan tells us, "A lover's a liar, to himself he lies, the truthful are loveless, like oysters their eyes." So my instructions are clear, I suppose. I am to remember my Mona as having been sublime. "Tell me," I appealed to young Philip Castle on the day of the 100 Martyrs to Democracy, "have you spoken to your friend and admirer H. Lowe Crosby today?"
"He didn't recognize me with a suit and shoes and necktie on," young Castle replied. "We've already had a nice talk about bicycles. We may have another." I found that I was no longer amused by Crosby's wanting to build bicycles in San Lorenzo. As chief executive of the island, I wanted a bicycle factory very much. I developed sudden respect for what H. Lowe Crosby was and could do. "How do you think the people of San Lorenzo would take to industrialization?" I asked the Castles, father and son. "The people of San Lorenzo," the father told me, "are interested in only 3 things: fishing, fornication, and Buchananism." "Don't you think they could be interested in progress?" "They've seen some of it. There's only one aspect of progress that really excites them." "What's that?" "The electric guitar." I excused myself, and I rejoined the Crosbys. Frank Honecker was with him, explaining who Buchanan was and what he was against. "He's against science." "How can anybody in his right mind be against science?" asked Crosby. "I'd be dead now if it wasn't for penicillin," said Hazel, "and so would my mother." "How old is your mother?" I inquired. 106. Isn't that wonderful?" "It certainly is," I agreed. "And I'd be a widow, too, if it wasn't for the medicine they gave my husband that time," said Hazel. She had to ask her husband the name of the medicine. "Honey, what was the name of that stuff that saved your life that time?" "Sulfathiazole." And I made the mistake of taking an albatross canapé from a passing tray. 105. Painkiller. As it happened, as it was supposed to happen, Buchanan would say, albatross meat disagreed with me so violently that I was ill the moment I choked the first piece down. I was compelled to canter down the stone spiral staircase in search of a bathroom. I availed myself of one adjacent to Papa's suite. When I shuffled out, somewhat relieved, I was met by Dr. Schlichter von Königswald, who was bounding from Papa's bedroom. He had a wild look, and he took me by the arms, and he cried, "What is it? What was it he had hanging round his neck?" "I beg your pardon?" "He took it! Whatever was in that cylinder, Papa took, and now he's dead." I remembered the cylinder Papa had hung around his neck, and I made an obvious guess as to its contents. Cyanide? "Cyanide! Cyanide turns a man to cement in a second." "Cement? Marble! Iron! I have never seen such a rigid corpse before. Strike it anywhere, and you get a note like a marimba. Come, look." Von Königswald hustled me into Papa's bedroom. In the bed, in the golden dinghy, was a hideous thing to see. Papa was dead, but his was not a corpse to which one could say, "At rest at last." Papa's head was bent back as far as it would go. His weight rested on the crown of his head and the soles of his feet, with the rest of his body forming a bridge whose arch thrust toward the ceiling. He was shaped like an andiron.
That he had died of the contents of the cylinder around his neck was obvious. One hand held the cylinder, and the cylinder was uncapped, and the thumb and index finger of the other hand, as though having just released a little pinch of something, were stuck between his teeth. Dr. von Königswald slipped the thole pin of an oarlock from its socket in the gunwale of the gilded dinghy. He tapped Papa on his belly with the steel oarlock, and Papa really did make a sound like a marimba. And Papa's lips and nostrils and eyeballs were glazed with a blue-white frost. Such a syndrome is no novelty now, God knows, but it certainly was then. Papa Monzano was the first man in history to die of Ice 9. I record that fact for whatever it may be worth. Write it all down, Buchanan tells us. He is really telling us, of course, how futile it is to write or read histories. Without accurate records of the past, how can men and women be expected to avoid making serious mistakes in the future? He asks ironically. So, again, Papa Monzano was the first man in history to die of Ice 9. 106. What Buchananists say when they commit suicide. Dr. von Königswald, the humanitarian with a terrible deficit of Auschwitz in his kindliness account, was the second to die of Ice 9. He was talking about rigor mortis, a subject I had introduced. "Rigor mortis does not set in seconds," he declared. "I turned my back to Papa for just the moment. He was raving." "What about?" I asked. "Pain, ice, Mona, everything. And then Papa said, 'Now I will destroy the whole world.'" "What did he mean by that?" "It's what Buchananists always say when they are about to commit suicide." Von Königswald went to a basin of water, meaning to wash his hands. "When I turned to look at him," he told me, his hands poised over the water, "he was dead, as hard as a statue, just as you see him. I brushed my fingers over his lips. They looked so peculiar." He put his hands into the water. "What chemical could possibly—" The question trailed off. Von Königswald raised his hands, and the water in the basin came with them. It was no longer water, but a hemisphere of Ice 9. Von Königswald touched the tip of his tongue to the blue-white mystery. Frost bloomed on his lips. He froze solid, tottered, and crashed. The blue-white hemisphere shattered. Chunks skittered over the floor. I went to the door and bawled for help. Soldiers and servants came running. I ordered them to bring Frank and Newt and Angela to Papa's room at once. At last I had seen Ice 9. 107. Feast your eyes. I let the 3 children of Dr. Felix Honecker into Papa Monzano's bedroom. I closed the door and put my back to it. My mood was bitter and grand. I knew Ice 9 for what it was. I had seen it often in my dreams. There could be no doubt that Frank had given Papa Ice 9. And it seemed certain that if Ice 9 were Frank's to give, then it was Angela's and little Newt's to give too. So I snarled at all 3, called them to account for monstrous criminality. I told them that the jig was up, that I knew about them and Ice 9. I tried to alarm them about Ice 9's being a means to ending life on Earth. I was so impressive that they never thought to ask how I knew about Ice 9. "Feast your eyes," I said. Well, as Buchanan tells us, God never wrote a good play in his life. The scene in Papa's room did not lack for spectacular issues and props, and my opening speech was the right one, but the first reply from a Honecker destroyed all magnificence. Little Newt threw up. 108. Frank tells us what to do. And then we all wanted to throw up. Newt certainly did what was called for. I couldn't agree more, I told Newt, and I snarled at Angela and Frank. Now that we've got Newt's opinion, I'd like to hear what you two have to say. "Ugh," said Angela, cringing, her tongue out. She was the color of putty. "And are those your sentiments, too?" I asked Frank. "Ugh! General, is that what you say?" Frank had his teeth bared, and his teeth were clenched, and he was breathing shallowly and whistlingly between them.
"Like the dog," murmured little Newt, looking down at von Königswald. "What dog?" Newt whispered his answer, and there was scarcely any wind behind the whisper. But such were the acoustics of the stone-walled room that we had all heard the whisper as clearly as we would have heard the chiming of a crystal bell. "Christmas Eve, when Father died." Newt was talking to himself. And when I asked him to tell me about the dog on the night his father died, he looked up at me as though I had intruded on a dream. He found me irrelevant. His brother and sister, however, belonged in the dream, and he talked to his brother in that nightmare, told Frank, "You gave it to him. That's how you got this fancy job, isn't it?" Newt asked Frank wonderingly. "What did you tell him? That you had something better than the hydrogen bomb?" Frank didn't acknowledge the question. He was looking around the room intently, taking it all in. He unclenched his teeth, and he made them click rapidly, blinking his eyes with every click. His color was coming back. This is what he said. "Listen, we've got to clean up this mess." 109. Frank defends himself. "General," I told Frank, "that must be one of the most cogent statements made by a major general this year. As my technical advisor, how do you recommend that we, as you put it so well, clean up this mess?" Frank gave me a straight answer. He snapped his fingers. I could see him dissociating himself from the causes of the mess, identifying himself with growing pride and energy with the purifiers, the world savers, the cleaners up. "Brooms, dustpans, blowtorch, hot plate, buckets," he commanded, snapping his fingers. "You propose applying a blowtorch to the bodies?" I asked. Frank was so charged with technical thinking now that he was practically tap-dancing to the music of his fingers. "We'll sweep up the big pieces on the floor, melt them in a bucket on a hot plate. Then we'll go over every square inch of floor with a blowtorch in case there are any microscopic crystals. What we'll do with the bodies and the bed—" He had to think some more. "A funeral pyre!" he cried, really pleased with himself. "I'll have a great big funeral pyre built out by the hook, and we'll have the bodies and bed carried out and thrown on." He started to leave to order the pyre built and to get the things we needed in order to clean up the room. Angela stopped him. "How could you?" she wanted to know. Frank gave her a glassy smile. "Everything's going to be all right." "How could you give it to a man like Papa Manzano?" Angela asked him. "Let's clean up the mess first, then we can talk." Angela had him by the arms, and she wouldn't let him go. "How could you?" She shook him. Frank pried his sister's hands from himself. His glassy smile went away, and he turned sneeringly nasty for a moment in which he told her with all possible contempt, "I bought myself a job. Just the way you bought yourself a tomcat husband, just the way Newt bought himself a week on Cape Cod with a Russian midget." The glassy smile returned. Frank left, and he slammed the door. 110. The 14th Book. Sometimes the pool bob, Bakonin tells us, exceeds the power of humans to comment. Bakonin translates pool ba at one point in the books of Bakonin as shitstorm, and at another point as wrath of God. From what Frank had said before he slammed the door, I gathered that the Republic of San Lorenzo and the three Honeckers weren't the only ones who had Ice 9. Apparently the United States of America and the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics had it too. The United States had obtained it through Angela's husband, whose plant in Indianapolis was understandably surrounded by electrified fences and homicidal German shepherds. And Soviet Russia had come by it through Newt's little Zinka, that winsome troll of Ukrainian ballet. I was without comment. I bowed my head and closed my eyes.
and I awaited Frank's return with the humble tools it would take to clean up one bedroom. One bedroom out of all the bedrooms in the world, a bedroom infested with Ice 9. Somewhere in that violet velvet oblivion, I heard Angela say something to me. It wasn't in her own defense. It was in defense of little Newt. Newt didn't give it to her. She stole it. I found the explanation uninteresting. What hope can there be for mankind, I thought, when there are such men as Felix Hoenikker to give such playthings as Ice 9 to such short-sighted children as almost all men and women are? And I remembered the 14th book of Buchanan, which I had read in its entirety the night before. The 14th book is entitled, What Can a Thoughtful Man Hope for Mankind on Earth, Given the Experience of the Past Million Years? It didn't take long to read the 14th book. It consists of one word and a period. This is it. Nothing. 111. Time Out. Frank came back with brooms and dustpans, a blowtorch, and a kerosene hot plate, and a good old bucket and rubber gloves. We put on the gloves in order not to contaminate our hands with Ice 9. Frank set the hot plate on the Heavenly Mona xylophone and put the honest old bucket on top of that. And we picked up the bigger chunks of Ice 9 from the floor, and we dropped them into that humble bucket, and they melted. They became good old, sweet old, honest old water. Angela and I swept the floor, and little Newt looked under furniture for bits of Ice 9 we might have missed, and Frank followed our sweeping with the purifying flame of the torch. The brainless serenity of charwomen and janitors working late at night came over us. In a messy world, we were at least making our little corner clean. And I heard myself asking Newt and Angela and Frank, in conversational tones, to tell me about the Christmas Eve on which the old man died, to tell me about the dog. And, childishly sure that they were making everything all right by cleaning up, the Hoenikkers told me the tale. The tale went like this. On that fateful Christmas Eve, Angela went into the village for Christmas tree lights, and Newt and Frank went for a walk on the lonely winter beach, where they met a black Labrador retriever. The dog was friendly, as all Labrador retrievers are, and he followed Frank and little Newt home. Felix Hoenikker died in his white wicker chair, looking out at the sea, while his children were gone. All day the old man had been teasing his children with hints about Ice 9, showing it to them in a little bottle on whose label he had drawn a skull and crossbones, and on whose label he had written, Danger, Ice 9, keep away from moisture. All day long the old man had been nagging his children with words like these, merry in tone. Come on now, stretch your minds a little. I've told you that its melting point is 114.4 degrees Fahrenheit, and I've told you that it's composed of nothing but hydrogen and oxygen. What could the explanation be? Think a little. Don't be afraid of straining your brains. They won't break. He was always telling us to stretch our brains, said Frank, recalling olden times. I gave up trying to stretch my brain when I don't know how old I was, Angela confessed, leaning on her broom. I couldn't even listen to him when he talked about science. I'd just nod and pretend I was trying to stretch my brain, but that poor brain, as far as science went, didn't have any more stretch than an old garter belt. Apparently, before he sat down in his wicker chair and died, the old man played puddly games in the kitchen with water and pots and pans and Ice 9. He must have been converting water to Ice 9 and back to water again, for every pot and pan was out on the kitchen countertops. A meat thermometer was out, too, so the old man must have been taking the temperature of things. The old man meant to take only a brief time out in his chair, for he left quite a mess in the kitchen. Part of the disorder was a saucepan filled with solid Ice 9. He no doubt meant to melt it up to reduce the world's supply of the blue-white stuff to a splinter in a bottle again after a brief time out. But, as Buchanan tells us, any man can call time out, but no man can say how long the time out will be. 112. Newt's Mother's Reticule. "I should have known he was dead the minute I came in," said Angela, leaning on her broom again. "That wicker chair, it wasn't making a sound. It always talked, creaked away when Father was in it, even when he was asleep." But Angela had assumed that her father was sleeping, and she went on to decorate the Christmas tree. Newt and Frank came in with a Labrador retriever. They went out into the kitchen to find something for the dog to eat. They found the old man's puddles. There was water on the floor, and little Newt took a dish rag and wiped it up. He tossed the sopping dish rag onto the counter. As it happened, the dish rag fell into the pan containing Ice 9. Frank thought the pan contained some sort of cake frosting, and he held it down to Newt to show Newt what his carelessness with the dish rag had done. Newt peeled the dish rag from the surface and found that the dish rag had a peculiar metallic, snaky quality, as though it were made of finely woven gold mesh.
"The reason I say gold mesh," said little Newt, there in Papa's bedroom, "is that it reminded me right away of Mother's reticule, of how the reticule felt."
Angela explained sentimentally that when a child, Newt had treasured his mother's gold reticule. I gathered that it was a little evening bag.
"It felt so funny to me, like nothing else I'd ever touched," said Newt, investigating his old fondness for the reticule. "I wonder what happened to it."
"I wonder what happened to a lot of things," said Angela. The question echoed back through time, woeful, lost. What happened to the dish rag that felt like a reticule, at any rate, was that Newt held it out to the dog, and the dog licked it, and the dog froze stiff. Newt went to tell his father about the stiff dog, and found out that his father was stiff, too. 113. History. Our work in Papa's bedroom was done at last, but the body still had to be carried to the funeral pyre. We decided that this should be done with pomp, that we should put it off until the ceremonies in honor of the 100 martyrs to democracy were over. The last thing we did was stand von Königswald on his feet in order to decontaminate the place where he had been lying, and then we hid him, standing up, in Papa's clothes closet. I'm not quite sure why we hid him. I think it must have been to simplify the tableau. As for Newt's and Angela's and Frank's tale of how they divided up the world's supply of Ice 9 on Christmas Eve, it petered out when they got to details of the crime itself. The Hoenickers couldn't remember that anyone said anything to justify their taking Ice 9 as personal property. They talked about what Ice 9 was, recalling the old man's brain stretchers, but there was no talk of morals. Who did the dividing? I inquired. So thoroughly had the three Hoenickers obliterated their memories of the incident that it was difficult for them to give me even that fundamental detail. "It wasn't Newt," said Angela at last. "I'm sure of that." "It was either you or me," mused Frank, thinking hard. "You got the 3 mason jars off the kitchen shelf," said Angela. "It wasn't until the next day that we got the 3 little thermos jugs." "That's right," Frank agreed. "And then you took an ice pick and chipped up the Ice 9 in the saucepan." "That's right," said Angela. "I did. And then somebody brought tweezers from the bathroom." Newt raised his little hand. "I did." Angela and Newt were amazed, remembering how enterprising little Newt had been. "I was the one who picked up the chips and put them in the mason jars," Newt recounted. He didn't bother to hide the swagger he must have felt. "What did you people do with the dog?" I asked limply. "We put him in the oven," Frank told me. "It was the only thing to do." History, writes Buchanan. Read it and weep. 114. When I felt the bullet enter my heart. So I once again mounted the spiral staircase in my tower, once again arrived at the uppermost battlement of my castle, and once more looked out at my guests, my servants, my cliff, and my lukewarm sea. The Hoenekers were with me. We had locked Papa's door, and had spread the word among the household staff that Papa was feeling much better. Soldiers were now building a funeral pyre out by the hook. They did not know what the pyre was for. There were many, many secrets that day. Busy, busy, busy. I supposed that the ceremonies might as well begin, and I told Frank to suggest to Ambassador Horlick Minton that he deliver his speech. Ambassador Minton went to the seaward parapet with his memorial wreath still in its case, and he delivered an amazing speech in honor of the 100 martyrs to democracy. He dignified the dead, their country, and the life that was over for them by saying the 100 martyrs to democracy in island dialect. That fragment of dialect was graceful and easy on his lips. The rest of his speech was in American English. He had a written speech with him, fustian and bombast, I imagine, but when he found he was going to speak to so few, and to fellow Americans for the most part, he put the formal speech away. A light sea wind ruffled his thinning hair. "I am about to do a very unambassadorial thing," he declared. "I am about to tell you what I really feel." Perhaps Minton had inhaled too much acetone, or perhaps he had an inkling of what was about to happen to everybody but me. At any rate, it was a strikingly Baconist speech he gave. "We are gathered here, friends," he said, "to honor lo hunyera moraturs tut zamokratia. Children dead, all murdered in war. It is customary on days like this to call such lost children men. I am unable to call them men for this simple reason, that in the same war in which lo hunyera morators tut zamokratia died, my own son died. My soul insists that I mourn not a man, but a child. I do not say that children at war do not die like men, if they have to die. To their everlasting honor and our everlasting shame, they do die like men, thus making possible the manly jubilation of patriotic holidays. But they are murdered children, all the same. And I propose to you that if we are to pay our sincere respects to the 100 lost children of San Lorenzo, that we might best spend the day despising what killed them, which is to say the stupidity and viciousness of all mankind. Perhaps, when we remember wars, we should take off our clothes and paint ourselves blue and go on all fours all day long and grunt like pigs. That would surely be more appropriate than noble oratory and shows of flags and well-oiled guns. I do not mean to be ungrateful for the fine martial show we are about to see, and a thrilling show it really will be." He looked each of us in the eye, and then he commented very softly, throwing it away, "And hooray, say I, for thrilling shows." We had to strain our ears to hear what Minton said next. "But if today is really in honor of 100 children murdered in war," he said, "is today a day for a thrilling show? The answer is yes, on one condition, that we, the celebrants, are working consciously and tirelessly to reduce the stupidity and viciousness of ourselves and of all mankind." He unsnapped the catches on his wreath case. "See what I have brought?" he asked us. He opened the case and showed us the scarlet lining and the golden wreath. The wreath was made of wire and artificial laurel leaves, and the whole was sprayed with radiator paint. The wreath was spanned by a cream-colored silk ribbon, on which was printed Pro Patria. Minton now recited a poem from Edgar Lee Masters' Spoon River Anthology, a poem that must have been incomprehensible to the San Lorenzans in the audience, and to H. Lowe Crosby and his Hazel, too, for that matter, and to Angela and Frank. "I was the first fruits of the Battle of Missionary Ridge,
When I felt the bullet enter my heart, I wished I had stayed at home and gone to jail for stealing the hogs of Curl Trunnery, instead of running away and joining the army. Rather 1,000 times the county jail than to lie under this marble figure with wings and this granite pedestal bearing the words Pro Patria. What do they mean, anyway?
"What do they mean, anyway?" echoed Ambassador Horlick Minton. "They mean for one's country." And he threw away another line. "Any country at all," he murmured. "This wreath I bring is a gift from the people of one country to the people of another. Never mind which countries. Think of people, and children murdered in war, and any country at all. Think of peace. Think of brotherly love. Think of plenty. Think of what a paradise this world would be if men were kind and wise. As stupid and vicious as men are, this is a lovely day," said Ambassador Horlick Minton. "I, in my own heart, and as a representative of the peace-loving people of the United States of America, pity lo huniera morators tut zamu gratia for being dead on this fine day." And he sailed the wreath off the parapet. There was a hum in the air. The 6 planes of the San Lorenzo Air Force were coming, skimming my lukewarm sea, and they were going to shoot the effigies of what H. Lowe Crosby had called practically every enemy that freedom ever had. 115. As it happened. We went to the seaward parapet to see the show. The planes were no larger than grains of black pepper. We were able to spot them because one, as it happened, was trailing smoke. We supposed that smoke was part of the show. I stood next to H. Lowe Crosby, who, as it happened, was alternately eating albatross and drinking native rum. He exhaled fumes of model airplane cement between lips glistening with albatross fat. My recent nausea returned. I withdrew to the landward parapet alone, gulping air. There were 60 feet of old stone pavement between me and all the rest. I saw the planes would be coming in low, below the footings of the castle, and that I would miss the show. But nausea made me incurious. I turned my head in the direction of their now snarling approach. Just as their guns began to hammer, one plane, the one that had been trailing smoke, suddenly appeared, belly up, in flames. It dropped from my line of sight again and crashed at once into the cliff below the castle. Its bombs and fuel exploded. The surviving planes went booming on, their racket thinning down to a mosquito hum. And then there was the sound of a rock slide, and one great tower of Papa's castle, undermined, crashed down to the sea. The people on the seaward parapet looked in astonishment at the empty socket where the tower had stood. Then I could hear rock slides of all sizes in a conversation that was almost orchestral. The conversation went very fast, and new voices entered in. They were the voices of the castle's timbers, lamenting that their burdens were becoming too great. And then a crack crossed the battlement like lightning, 10 feet from my curling toes. It separated me from my fellow men. The castle groaned and wept aloud. The others comprehended their peril. They, along with tons of masonry, were about to lurch out and down. Although the crack was only a foot wide, people began to cross it with heroic leaps. Only my complacent Mona crossed the crack with a simple step. The crack gnashed shut, opened wider, leeringly. Still trapped on the canted death trap were H. Lowe Crosby and his Hazel, and Ambassador Horlick Minton and his Claire. Philip Castle and Frank and I reached across the abyss to haul the Crosbys to safety. Our arms were now extended imploringly to the Mintons. Their expressions were bland. I can only guess what was going through their minds. My guess is that they were thinking of dignity, of emotional proportion above all else. Panic was not their style. I doubt that suicide was their style either, but their good manners killed them. for the doomed crescent of castle now moved away from us like an ocean liner moving away from a dock. The image of a voyage seems to have occurred to the voyaging Mintons, too, for they waved to us with a wan amiability. They held hands. They faced the sea. Out they went, then down they went. In a cataclysmic rush, were gone. 116. The Grand Ahum. The ragged rim of oblivion was now inches from my curling toes. I looked down. My lukewarm sea had swallowed all. A lazy curtain of dust was wafting out to sea, the only trace of all that fell. The palace, its massive seaward mask now gone, greeted the north with a leper's smile, snaggle-toothed and bristly. The bristles were the splintered ends of timbers. Immediately below me a large chamber had been laid open. The floor of that chamber, unsupported, stabbed out into space like a diving platform. I dreamed for a moment of dropping to the platform, of springing up from it in a breathtaking swan dive, of folding my arms, of knifing downward into a blood-warm eternity with never a splash. I was recalled from this dream by the cry of a darting bird above me. It seemed to be asking me what had happened. "Petit fuit?" it asked. We all looked up at the bird and then at one another. We backed away from the abyss, full of dread. And when I stepped off the paving stone that had supported me, the stone began to rock. It was no more stable than a teeter-totter, and it tottered now over the diving platform. Down it crashed onto the platform, made the platform a chute, and down the chute came the furnishing still remaining in the room below. A xylophone shot out first, scampering fast on its tiny wheels. Out came a bedside table in a crazy race with a bounding blowtorch. Out came chairs in hot pursuit. And somewhere in that room below, out of sight, something mightily reluctant to move was beginning to move. Down the chute it crept. At last it showed its golden bow. It was the boat in which dead Papa lay. It reached the end of the chute. Its bow nodded. Down it tipped. Down it fell, end over end. Papa was thrown clear, and he fell separately. I closed my eyes. There was a sound like that of the gentle closing of a portal as big as the sky, the great door of heaven being closed softly. It was a grand Ahum. I opened my eyes, and all the sea was ice-9. The moist green earth was a blue-white pearl. The sky darkened. Borasisi, the sun, became a sickly yellow ball, tiny and cruel. The sky was filled with worms. The worms were tornadoes. 117. Sanctuary. I looked up at the sky where the bird had been. An enormous worm with a violet mouth was directly overhead. It buzzed like bees. It swayed. With obscene peristalsis, it ingested air. We humans separated, fled my shattered battlements, tumbled down staircases on the landward side. Only H. Lowe Crosby and his Hazel cried out, "American! American!" they cried, as though tornadoes were interested in the grand falloons to which their victims belonged. I could not see the Crosbys. They had descended by another staircase. Their cries and the sounds of others, panting and running, came gabbling to me through a corridor of the castle. My only companion was my heavenly Mona, who had followed noiselessly. When I hesitated, she slipped past me and opened the door to the anteroom of Papa's suite. The walls and roof of the anteroom were gone, but the stone floor remained, and in its center was the manhole cover of the oubliette. Under the wormy sky, in the flickering violet light from the mouths of tornadoes that wished to eat us, I lifted the cover. The esophagus of the dungeon was fitted with iron rungs. I replaced the manhole cover from within. Down those iron rungs we went. And at the foot of the ladder we found a state secret. Papa Monzano had caused a cozy bomb shelter to be constructed there. It had a ventilation shaft, with a fan driven by a stationary bicycle. A tank of water was recessed in one wall. The water was sweet and wet, as yet untainted by Ice 9. And there was a chemical toilet, and a shortwave radio, and a Sears Roebuck catalog, and there were cases of delicacies and liquor and candles, and there were bound copies of the National Geographic going back 20 years, and there was a set of the Books of Buchanan, and there were twin beds. I lighted a candle. I opened a can of Campbell's chicken gumbo soup, and I put it on a sterno stove, and I poured 2 glasses of Virgin Islands rum. Mona sat on one bed, I sat on the other. I am about to say something that must have been said by men to women several times before, I informed her. However, I don't believe that these words have ever carried quite the freight they carry now.
Oh?
I spread my hands. Here we are. 118. The Iron Maiden and the Oubliette. The 6th book of the Books of Buchanan is devoted to pain, in particular to tortures inflicted by men on men. If I am ever put to death on the hook, Buchanan warns us, expect a very human performance. Then he speaks of the rack, and the Pettywinkus, and the Iron Maiden, and the Veglia, and the Oubliette. In any case, there's bound to be much crying, but the Oubliette alone will let you think while dying. And so it was in Mona's and my rock womb. At least we could think. And one thing I thought was that the creature comforts of the dungeon did nothing to mitigate the basic fact of oubliation. During our first day and night underground, tornadoes rattled our manhole cover many times an hour. Each time the pressure in our hole would drop suddenly, and our ears would pop, and our heads would ring. As for the radio, there was crackling, fizzing static, and that was all. From one end of the shortwave band to the other, not one word, not one telegrapher's beep did I hear. If life still existed here and there, it did not broadcast. Nor does life broadcast to this day. This, I assumed, tornadoes, strewing the poisonous blue-white frost of Ice 9 everywhere, tore everyone and everything above the ground to pieces. Anything that still lived would die soon enough of thirst, or hunger, or rage, or apathy. I turned to the Books of Buchanan, still sufficiently unfamiliar with them to believe that they contained spiritual comfort somewhere. I passed quickly over the warning on the title page of the first book. "Don't be a fool. Close this book at once. It is nothing but foma." Foma, of course, are lies. And then I read this. "In the beginning God created the earth, and he looked upon it in his comic loneliness. And God said, 'Let us make living creatures out of mud, so the mud can see what we have done.' And God created every living creature that now moveth, and one was man. Mud as man alone could speak. God leaned close as mud as man sat up, looked around, and spoke. Man blinked. 'What is the purpose of all this?' he asked politely. 'Everything must have a purpose?' asked God. 'Certainly,' said man. 'Then I leave it to you to think of one for all this,' said God. And he went away. I thought this was trash. 'Of course it's trash,' says Buchanan. And I turned to my heavenly Mona for comforting secrets a good deal more profound. I was able, while mooning at her across the space that separated our beds, to imagine that behind her marvelous eyes lurked mysteries as old as Eve. I will not go into the sordid sex episode that followed. Suffice it to say that I was both repulsive and repulsed. The girl was not interested in reproduction, hated the idea. Before the tussle was over, I was given full credit by her, and by myself too, for having invented the whole bizarre, grunting, sweating enterprise by which new human beings were made. Returning to my own bed, gnashing my teeth, I supposed that she honestly had no idea what love-making was all about. But then she said to me gently, "It would be very sad
to have a little baby now. Don't you agree?"
"Yes," I agreed murkily.
"Well, that's the way little babies are made, in case you didn't know."
119. Mona Thanks Me. Today I will be a Bulgarian Minister of Education, Bakonin tells us. Tomorrow I will be Helen of Troy. His meaning is crystal clear. Each one of us has to be what he or she is. And down in the oubliette, that was mainly what I thought, with the help of the books of Bakonin. Bakonin invited me to sing along with him. "We do, doodly-do, doodly-do, doodly-do. What we must, muddly-must, muddly-must, muddly-must. Muddly-do, 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 until we bust. Bodily bust, bodily bust, bodily bust." I made up a tune to go with that, and I whistled it under my breath as I drove the bicycle that drove the fan that gave us air. Good old air. "Man breathes in oxygen and exhales carbon dioxide," I called to Mona.
"What?"
"Science.
"Oh."
One of the secrets of life man was a long time understanding. Animals breathe in what plants breathe out, and vice versa."
"I didn't know."
"You know now."
"Thank you."
"You're welcome." When I'd bicycled our atmosphere to sweetness and freshness, I dismounted the iron rungs to see what the weather was like above. I did that several times a day. On that day, the 4th, I perceived through the narrow crescent of the lifted manhole cover that the weather had become somewhat stabilized. The stability was of a wildly dynamic sort, for the tornadoes were as numerous as ever, and tornadoes remain numerous to this day, but their mouths no longer gobbled and gnashed at the earth. The mouths in all directions were discreetly withdrawn to an altitude of perhaps a half of a mile, and their altitude varied so little from moment to moment that San Lorenzo might have been protected by a tornado-proof sheet of glass. We let 3 more days go by, making certain that the tornadoes had become as sincerely reticent as they seemed, and then we filled canteens from our water tank, and we went above. The air was dry and hot and deathly still. I had heard it suggested one time that the seasons in the temperate zone ought to be 6 rather than 4 in number: summer, autumn, locking, winter, unlocking, and spring. And I remembered that as I straightened up beside our manhole and stared and listened and sniffed. There were no smells. There was no movement. Every step I took made a gravelly squeak in blue-white frost, and every squeak was echoed loudly. The season of locking was over. The earth was locked up tight. It was winter, now and forever. I helped my Mona out of our hole. I warned her to keep her hands away from the blue-white frost, and to keep her hands away from her mouth, too. "Death has never been quite so easy to come by," I told her. "All you have to do is touch the ground, and then your lips, and you're done for." She shook her head and sighed. "A very bad mother." "What?" "Mother Earth. She isn't a very good mother any more." "Hello! Hello!" I called through the palace ruins. The awesome winds had torn canyons through that great stone pile. Mona and I made a half-hearted search for survivors, half-hearted because we could sense no life. Not even a nibbling, twinkle-nosed rat had survived. The arch of the palace gate was the only man-made form untouched. Mona and I went to it. Written at its base, in white paint, was a Bakoninist calypso. The lettering was neat. It was new. It was proof that someone else had survived the winds. The calypso was this: Someday, this crazy world will have to end, and our God will take things back that he to us did lend. And if on that sad day you want to scold our God, why, go right ahead and scold him. He'll just smile and nod. 120. To whom it may concern. I recalled an advertisement for a set of children's books called The Book of Knowledge. In that ad, a trusting boy and girl looked up at their father. "Daddy," one asked, "what makes the sky blue?" The answer, presumably, could be found in the Book of Knowledge. If I had had a daddy beside me as Mona and I walked down the road from the palace, I would have had plenty of questions to ask as I clung to his hand. "Daddy, why are all the trees broken? Daddy, why are all the birds dead? Daddy, what makes the sky so sick and wormy? Daddy, what makes the sea so hard and still?" It occurred to me that I was better qualified to answer those tough questions than any other human being, provided there were any other human beings alive. In case anyone was, I knew what had gone wrong, where, and how. So what? I wondered where the dead could be. Mona and I ventured more than a mile from our oubliette without seeing one dead human being. I wasn't half so curious about the living, probably because I sensed accurately that I would first have to contemplate a lot of dead. I saw no columns of smoke from possible campfires, but they would have been hard to see against an horizon of worms. One thing did catch my eye, a lavender corona about the queer plug that was the peak on the hump of Mount McCabe. It seemed to be calling me, and I had a silly cinematic notion of climbing that peak with Mona. But what would it mean? We were walking into the wrinkles now at the foot of Mount McCabe, and Mona, as though aimlessly, left my side, left the road, and climbed one of the wrinkles. I followed. I joined her at the top of the ridge. She was looking down raptly into a broad, natural bowl. She was not crying. She might well have cried. In that bowl were thousands upon thousands of dead. On the lips of each decedent was the blue-white frost of Ice 9. Since the corpses were not scattered or tumbled about, it was clear that they had been assembled since the withdrawal of the frightful winds. And since each corpse had its finger in or near its mouth, I understood that each person had delivered himself to this melancholy place, and then poisoned himself with Ice 9. There were men, women, and children, too, many in the attitudes of Bokumaru. All faced the center of the bowl, as though they were spectators in an amphitheater. Mona and I looked at the focus of all those frosted eyes, looked at the center of the bowl. There was a round clearing there, a place in which one orator might have stood. Mona and I approached the clearing gingerly, avoiding the morbid statuary. We found a boulder in it, and under the boulder was a penciled note, which said, "To whom it may concern. These people around you are almost all of the survivors on San Lorenzo of the winds that followed the freezing of the sea. These people made a captive of the spurious holy man named Bakonnen. They brought him here, placed him at their center, and commanded him to tell them exactly what God Almighty was up to and what they should now do. The mountebank told them that God was surely trying to kill them, possibly because he was through with them, and that they should have the good manners to die. This, as you can see, they did." The note was signed by Bakonnen. 121. I am slow to answer. "What a cynic!" I gasped. I looked up from the note and gazed around the death-filled bowl. "Is he here somewhere?" "I do not see him," said Mona mildly. She wasn't depressed or angry. In fact, she seemed to verge on laughter. "He always said he would never take his own advice because he knew it was worthless." "He'd better be here," I said bitterly. "Think of the gall of the man advising all these people to kill themselves." Now Mona did laugh. I had never heard her laugh. Her laugh was startlingly deep and raw. "This strikes you as funny?" She raised her arms lazily. "It's all so simple, that's all. It solves so much for so many, so simply." And she went strolling up among the petrified thousands, still laughing. She paused about midway up the slope and faced me. She called down to me, "Would you wish any of these alive again if you could? Answer me quickly." "Not quick enough with your answer," she called playfully, after half a minute had passed, and still laughing a little, she touched her finger to the ground, straightened up, and touched the finger to her lips, and died. Did I weep? They say I did. H. Lowe Crosby and his Hazel and little Newton Honecker came upon me as I stumbled down the road. They were in Bolivar's one taxicab, which had been spared by the storm. They tell me I was crying. Hazel cried, too, for joy that I was alive. They coaxed me into the cab. Hazel put her arm around me.
"You're with your mom now. Don't you worry about a thing."
I let my mind go blank. I closed my eyes. It was with deep, idiotic relief that I leaned on that fleshy, humid, barnyard fool. 122. The Swiss Family Robinson. They took me to what was left of Franklin Honecker's house at the head of the waterfall. What remained was the cave under the waterfall, which had become a sort of igloo under a translucent blue-white dome of Ice 9. The menage consisted of Frank, little Newt, and the Crosbys. They had survived in a dungeon in the palace, one far shallower and more unpleasant than the oubliette. They had moved out the moment the winds had abated, while Mona and I had stayed underground for another 3 days. As it happened, they had found the miraculous taxicab waiting for them under the arch at the palace gate. They had found a can of white paint, and on the front doors of the cab Frank had painted white stars, and on the roof he had painted the letters of a grand falloon, USA. "And you left the paint under the arch," I said.
"How did you know?"
asked Crosby. "Somebody else came along and wrote a poem." I did not inquire at once as to how Angela Honecker Connors and Philip and Julian Castle had met their ends, for I would have had to speak at once about Mona. I wasn't ready to do that yet. I particularly didn't want to discuss the death of Mona, since, as we rode along in the taxi, the Crosbys and little Newt seemed so inappropriately gay. Hazel gave me a clue to the gaiety.
"Wait until you see how we live. We've got all kinds of good things to eat. Whenever we want water, we just build a campfire and melt some. The Swiss Family Robinson. That's what we call ourselves."
123. Of Mice and Men. A curious 6 months followed, the 6 months in which I wrote this book. Hazel spoke accurately when she called our little society the Swiss Family Robinson, for we had survived a storm, were isolated, and the living became very easy indeed. It was not without a certain Walt Disney charm. No plants or animals survived, it's true, but Ice 9 preserved pigs and cows and little deer and windrows of birds and berries until we were ready to thaw and cook them. Moreover, there were tons of canned goods to be had for the grabbing in the ruins of Bolivar, and we seemed to be the only people left on San Lorenzo. Food was no problem, and neither were clothing or shelter, for the weather was uniformly dry and dead and hot. Our health was monotonously good. Apparently all the germs were dead too, or napping. Our adjustment became so satisfactory, so complacent, that no one marveled or protested when Hazel said, "One good thing anyway, no mosquitoes." She was sitting on a 3-legged stool in the clearing where Frank's house had stood. She was sewing strips of red, white, and blue cloth together. Like Betsy Ross, she was making an American flag. No one was unkind enough to point out to her that the red was really a peach, that the blue was nearly a Kelly green, and that the 50 stars she had cut out were 6-pointed stars of David, rather than 5-pointed American stars. Her husband, who had always been a pretty good cook, now simmered a stew in an iron pot over a wood fire nearby. He did all our cooking for us. He loved to cook. "Looks good, smells good," I commented. He winked.
"Don't shoot the cook. He's doing the best he can."
In the background of this cozy conversation were the nagging da-da-das and dit-dit-dits of an automatic SOS transmitter Frank had made. It called for help both night and day.
"Save our souls," Hazel intoned, singing along with the transmitter as she sewed. "Save our souls." "How's the writing going?" Hazel asked me.
"Fine, Mom, just fine."
"When are you going to show us some of it?"
"When it's ready, Mom, when it's ready."
"A lot of famous writers were Hoosiers."
"I know."
"You'll be one of a long, long line."
She smiled hopefully.
"Is it a funny book?"
"I hope so, Mom."
"I like a good laugh."
"I know you do."
"Each person here has some speciality, something to give the rest. You write books that make us laugh, and Frank does science things, and little Newt, he paints pictures for us all, and I sew, and Loie cooks."
"Many hands make much work light." Old Chinese proverb.
They were smart in a lot of ways, those Chinese were.
Yes, let's keep their memory alive.
I wish now I'd studied them more.
Well, it was hard to do, even under ideal conditions.
I wish now I'd studied everything more.
We've all got regrets, Mom.
No use crying over spilt milk.
As the poet said, Mom, of all the words of mice and men, the saddest are, it might have been.
That's so beautiful, and so true.
124. Frank's Ant Farm. I hated to see Hazel finishing the flag because I was all balled up in her addled plans for it. She had the idea that I had agreed to plant the fool thing on the peak of Mount McCabe.
If Lo and I were younger, we'd do it ourselves. Now all we can do is give you the flag and send our best wishes with you.
Mom, I wonder if that's really a good place for the flag.
What other place is there?
I'll put on my thinking cap. I excused myself and went down into the cave to see what Frank was up to. He was up to nothing new. He was watching an ant farm he had constructed. He had dug up a few surviving ants in the three-dimensional world of the ruins of Bolivar, and he had reduced the dimensions to 2 by making a dirt and ant sandwich between 2 sheets of glass. The ants could do nothing without Frank's catching them at it and commenting upon it. The experiment had solved in short order the mystery of how ants could survive in a waterless world. As far as I know, they were the only insects that did survive. And they did it by forming with their bodies tight balls around grains of ice 9. They would generate enough heat at the center to kill half their number and produce 1 bead of dew. The dew was drinkable, the corpses edible. "Eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow we die," I said to Frank and his tiny cannibals. His response was always the same. It was a peevish lecture on all the things that people could learn from ants. My responses were ritualized too. "Nature's a wonderful thing, Frank. Nature's a wonderful thing." "You know why ants are so successful?" he asked me for the 1,000th time. "They cooperate." That's a hell of a good word, cooperation. Who taught them how to make water? Who taught me how to make water? That's a silly answer, and you know it. Sorry. There was a time when I took people's silly answers seriously. I'm past that now. A milestone. I've grown up a good deal. At a certain amount of expense to the world. I could say things like that to Frank with an absolute assurance that he would not hear them. There was a time when people could bluff me without much trouble because I didn't have much self-confidence in myself. The mere cutting down of the number of people on Earth would go a long way to alleviating your own particular social problems, I suggested. Again, I made the suggestion to a deaf man. You tell me who told these ants how to make water," he challenged me again. Several times I had offered the obvious notion that God had taught them, and I knew from onerous experience that he would neither reject nor accept this theory. He simply got madder and madder, putting the question again and again. I walked away from Frank, just as the books of Bakonin advised me to do. Beware of the man who works hard to learn something, learns it, and finds himself no wiser than before, Bakonin tells us. He is full of murderous resentment of people who are ignorant without having come by their ignorance the hard way. I went looking for our painter, for little Newt. 125. The Tasmanians. When I found little Newt, painting a blasted landscape a quarter of a mile from the cave, he asked me if I would drive him into Bolivar to forage for paints. He couldn't drive himself, he couldn't reach the pedals. So off we went, and on the way I asked him if he had any sex urge left. I mourned that I had none, no dreams in that line, nothing.
I used to dream of women 20, 30, 40 feet tall, he told me. But now, God, I can't even remember what my Ukrainian midget looked like.
I recalled a thing I had read about the aboriginal Tasmanians, habitually naked persons, who, when encountered by white men in the 17th century, were strangers to agriculture, animal husbandry, architecture of any sort, and possibly even fire. They were so contemptible in the eyes of white men by reason of their ignorance that they were hunted for sport by the first settlers, who were convicts from England. And the Aborigines found life so unattractive that they gave up reproducing. I suggested to Newt now that it was a similar hopelessness that had unmanned us. Newt made a shrewd observation.
I guess all the excitement in bed had more to do with excitement about keeping the human race going than anybody ever imagined.
Of course, if we had a woman of breeding age among us, that might change the situation radically. Poor old Hazel is years beyond having even a Mongolian idiot. Newt revealed that he knew quite a bit about Mongolian idiots. He had once attended a special school for grotesque children, and several of his schoolmates had been Mongoloids.
The best writer in our class was a Mongoloid named Myrna. I mean penmanship, not what she actually wrote down. God, I haven't thought about her for years.
Was it a good school?
All I remember is what the headmaster used to say all the time. He was always bawling us out over the loudspeaker system for some mess we'd made, and he always started out the same way. I am sick and tired.
That comes pretty close to describing how I feel most of the time.
Maybe that's the way you're supposed to feel.
You talk like a Bakoninist, Newt.
Why shouldn't I? As far as I know, Bakoninism is the only religion that has any commentary on midgets.
When I hadn't been writing, I'd been poring over the books of Bakonin, but the reference to midgets had escaped me. I was grateful to Newt for calling it to my attention, for the quotation captured in a couplet the cruel paradox of Bakoninist thought, the heartbreaking necessity of lying about reality, and the heartbreaking impossibility of lying about it. Midget, 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 how he struts and winks, for he knows a man's as big as what he hopes and thinks. 126. Soft pipes play on. Such a depressing religion, I cried. I directed our conversation into the area of utopias, of what might have been, of what should have been, of what might yet be, if the world would thaw. But Bakonin had been there too, had written a whole book about utopias, the 7th book, which he called Bakonin's Republic. In that book are these ghastly aphorisms. The hand that stocks the drugstores rules the world. Let us start our republic with a chain of drugstores, a chain of grocery stores, a chain of gas chambers, and a national game. After that, we can write our constitution. I called Bakonin a jigaboo bastard, and I changed the subject again. I spoke of meaningful, individual, heroic acts. I praised in particular the way in which Julian Castle and his son had chosen to die. While the tornadoes still raged, they had set out on foot for the House of Hope and Mercy in the jungle to give whatever hope and mercy was theirs to give. And I saw magnificence in the way poor Angela had died too. She had picked up a clarinet in the ruins of Bolivar and had begun to play it at once, without concerning herself as to whether the mouthpiece might be contaminated with ice 9. "Soft pipes, play on," I murmured huskily.
"Well, maybe you can find some neat way to die, too," said Newt.
It was a Buchananist thing to say. I blurted out my dream of climbing Mount McCabe with some magnificent symbol and planting it there. I took my hands from the wheel for an instant to show him how empty of symbols they were. But what in hell would the right symbol be, Newt? What in hell would it be? I grabbed the wheel again. Here it is, the end of the world, and here I am, almost the very last man, and there it is, the highest mountain in sight. I know now what my cuirass has been up to, Newt. It's been working night and day for maybe 500,000 years to get me up that mountain. I wagged my head and nearly wept. But what, for the love of God, is supposed to be in my hands? I looked out of the car window blindly as I asked that, so blindly that I went more than a mile before realizing that I had looked into the eyes of an old Negro man, a living, colored man, who was sitting by the side of the road. And then I slowed down, and then I stopped. I covered my eyes.
"What's the matter?"
asked Newt. I saw Buchanan back there. 127. The End. He was sitting on a rock. He was barefoot. His feet were frosty with ice 9. His only garment was a white bedspread with blue tufts. The tufts said Casamona. He took no note of our arrival. In one hand was a pencil, in the other was paper. "Buchanan?" "Yes." "May I ask what you're thinking?" "I am thinking, young man, about the final sentence for the books of Buchanan. The time for the final sentence has come." "Any luck?" He shrugged and handed me a piece of paper. This is what I read. "If I were a younger man, I would write a history of human stupidity, and I would climb to the top of Mount McCabe and lie down on my back with my history for a pillow, and I would take from the ground some of the blue-white poison that makes statues of men, and I would make a statue of myself, lying on my back, grinning horribly, and thumbing my nose at you-know-who. That is the end of Cat's Cradle by Kurt Vonnegut.
This is a tale of a meeting of two lonesome, skinny, fairly old white men on a planet which was dying fast. One of them was a science fiction writer named Kilgore Trout. He was a nobody at the time, and he supposed his life was over. He was mistaken. As a consequence of the meeting, he became one of the most beloved and respected human beings in history. The man he met was an automobile dealer, a Pontiac dealer named Dwayne Hoover. Dwayne Hoover was on the brink of going insane. There were 1 quadrillion nations in the universe, but the nation Dwayne Hoover and Kilgore Trout belonged to was the only one with a national anthem which was gibberish sprinkled with question marks. The motto of Dwayne Hoover's and Kilgore Trout's nation was this, which meant in a language nobody spoke anymore, out of many, one, e pluribus unum. If they studied their paper money for clues as to what their country was about, they found, among a lot of other Baroque trash, a picture of a truncated pyramid with a radiant eye on top of it. Not even the President of the United States knew what that was all about. It was as though the country were saying to its citizens, "In nonsense is strength." A lot of the nonsense was the innocent result of playfulness on the part of the founding fathers of the nation of Dwayne Hoover and Kilgore Trout. The founders were aristocrats, and they wished to show off their useless education, which consisted of the study of hocus pocus from ancient times. They were bum poets as well. But some of the nonsense was evil, since it concealed great crimes. For example, teachers of children in the United States of America wrote this date on blackboards again and again and asked the children to memorize it with pride and joy. 1492. The teachers told the children that this was when their continent was discovered by human beings. Actually, millions of human beings were already living full and imaginative lives on the continent in 1492. That was simply the year in which sea pirates began to cheat and rob and kill them. Actually, the sea pirates who had the most to do with the creation of the new government owned human slaves. They used human beings for machinery, and even after slavery was eliminated because it was so embarrassing, they and their descendants continued to think of ordinary human beings as machines. The sea pirates were white. The people who were already on the continent when the pirates arrived were copper-colored. When slavery was introduced onto the continent, the slaves were black. Color was everything. When Dwayne Hoover and Kilgore Trout met each other, their country was by far the richest and the most powerful country on the planet. It had most of the food and minerals and machinery, and it disciplined other countries by threatening to shoot big rockets at them or to drop things on them from airplanes. Most other countries didn't have doodly squat. Many of them weren't even inhabitable anymore. They had too many people and not enough space. They had sold everything that was any good, and there wasn't anything left to eat anymore, and still the people went on fucking all the time. Fucking was how babies were made. Everybody in America was supposed to grab whatever he could and hold on to it. Some Americans were very good at grabbing and holding, were fabulously well-to-do. Others couldn't get their hands on doodly squat. Dwayne Hoover was fabulously well-to-do when he met Kilgore Trout. A man whispered those exact words to a friend one morning as Dwayne walked by. Fabulously well-to-do. And here's how much of the planet Kilgore Trout owned in those days. Doodly squat. And Kilgore Trout and Dwayne Hoover met in Midland City, which was Dwayne's hometown, during the Arts Festival there in the autumn of 1972. As has already been said, Dwayne was a Pontiac dealer who was going insane. Kilgore Trout became a pioneer in the field of mental health. He advanced his theories disguised as science fiction. He died in 1981, almost 20 years after he made Dwayne Hoover so sick. Dwayne was a widower. He lived alone at night in a dream house in Fairchild Heights, which was the most desirable residence.
Something I don't have a target. enough rage. Need more rage. I can't do that. I can't use that. I can't do that. enough range. Out of range. I need to get closer. I'm out of range. Get closer. Out of range. rage. That ability isn't ready yet. Not enough rage. I can't do that yet. Need more rage. They need to get closer.
You will never wake the dreamer.
It's too far away. I need to get closer. I can't do that. That ability isn't ready yet. I don't have a target. I can't do that yet. I can't do that yet. Get closer.
They have recruited the rich and the powerful.
They're running the whole show.
Wake up! They're all about you. All around you. For the truth.
What's up? Welcome back. It's been a couple of weeks since we've done the show. How's it going, Borzoi?
I'm actually happy to be back.
Yeah, it's been a little while. I know it was a bit of a rough season for you, and but here we are. We're back.
Yeah, I've had better holidays.
Yeah, I know you did, but we don't, but
we don't need to get into that.
Yeah, so but here we are.
Actually, the little thing that's nice about being back is because traveling and not having a morning routine just kind of threw me off for a while, and so
traveling
today,
gets like so old, dude.
But sitting at my new computer desk today and getting everything ready felt really good. It's like, okay, I'm back in the swing of things now.
Yeah. So here we are. We are back.
My desk is L-shaped, so I'm holding
there
my
you go.
L.
As you said, yes, you are back. You are back ensconced in the midst of the L. You are just right there, directly in the middle of the L, just dwelling there, just existing in that L.
This is a load-bearing L.
Yes. All my stuff is on this L.
It is, yeah.
If this L collapses, all my stuff breaks.
All I have left is my L.
When you got that desk delivered, did you sign for the L?
Oh yeah.
No,
I didn't sign for it. They
just left it on the doorstep.
They just left the L on.
They didn't want to deal with it. It was like, here's your L. Just they leave you like an email, like L delivered. You got like a notification on your phone. The L has been delivered.
Hold this L.
There's an L on your front.
Right.
Listen, there's an L out on your front doorstep. You might want to go get it. You might want to go take responsibility for it.
One of those slips, so they were holding my L for me.
Yeah. You just get a phone notification. Your L has been delivered, buddy. Like, you got it. It's funny because they still advertise those type of desks that way. If you're shopping for a desk, and you look, it's like L-shaped.
It's an oversized L.
Yeah. Oh man, oversized. Wow, you can carry it. L can have a lot of stuff on it, but
like I said, it's load bearing.
Yes. Anyway, I don't have an L-shaped desk, but the desk I have, like, here's the thing: when I thought I was going to lose my ability to walk, and I didn't know what was causing. Well, this is actually before that, when I first started just getting random, like, what do they call it? With the thing where you get like numbness, like neurasthenia or something like that, neuropathy or something.
I think it's neuropathy.
Something like that, right?
Neuropathy. I think that's what
you're something like that. Where I started getting that down my really bad down my left leg and somewhat down my right because of the thing in my back. I got this thing to do standing and sitting desk. Like it wasn't the desk itself, but it was like this thing you put on top of it that can rise and go down. And now I've just been dealing with it for so long, and I'm like, wait, I could like take it off the desk, and there would be a lot more room. The problem is that it makes the computer monitor at like the right height. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. This desk fucking sucks, actually. It's like really messed up and shitty, but I would love to have like a really nice big like wood desk with like a big leather executive office chair, but I just can't afford that. And also, I don't know.
They're just getting an L because it's so liberating. When you're no longer worried about L's, you just do whatever you want with them.
I also like getting tucked into like a comfy little space and kind of tucking myself into like a comfy little L-shaped space, which sounds just right to me.
Oh, yeah.
Like I'm just tucking myself into this L.
This is comforting. I feel most comfortable when I'm at my L, when I'm with my L.
Yeah, if you're not behind the L, like, it's just like, I don't know what to tell you. It's like I'm just here. I'm just tucked into my little L here. I'm getting ready to go out and post my takes and look at stuff going on in the world, and just already in the L, so you can't really get you can't really own me with that, right?
Yeah. I own the L.
I'm owning it myself, right? So you're kind of like in that way. This is a good segue. In that way, you're kind of like, as we were talking about, like Stephen Bunnell or like Richard Hanania, who kind of you're not like them. No, I'm not saying that. My point is,
I didn't even consider taking it that way.
No. My point is that like if you tell Borzoi like you sit at it, you're sitting there with your L. He's like yes, and you can't own you with that, right? Where at them, you're like you're probably wearing a butt plug at all times, and they're like yes. And you can't really own them with that, right? which is sort of like, in a way, I understand that they theoretically have different opinions, but they kind of really don't. Increasingly, they seem to be converging.
They're the left and right side of the same coin.
And if you look what do they really disagree on?
They don't.
They almost nothing.
Well, the only thing they disagree on is who their targets are specifically.
Yes, who are they talking to? Which
audience are they trolling specifically?
What audience have they targeted and like massaged away from the more radical viewpoint towards saying there's no fighting neoliberalism and Israel is great? Because they both done it. Bonnell originally targeting like a leftist audience and Hanania targeting a right-wing audience. But if you look, they're both just pro-Israel neoliberals. And they use a sarcastic, mocking tone to promote that, and they're both obviously like sexual deviants and weirdos and freaks, and are like physically, morally, and like spiritually repulsive to normal people. And in a way, that in and of itself is like an own.
Hanania's physiognomy goes beyond just kind of like trying to do like a genetic study, like a genetic spot check of him. There's something deeply disturbing in that face that is almost spiritual. Like it I know. It transcends. Yeah, it transcends. Like there's something going on there that is not right, and it's definitely accentuated by the kind of things he thinks, because if you had just his ugly face, you don't have to be the way he is. Like you could make yourself not that way, right? You could not have that sort of the anima that he has, like the aura. You know what I mean? Like you could do something about that, right? And to present yourself in like a more normal way, even if you just have kind of an unfortunately ugly face. Like you don't have to look like you're. I don't know. I don't even know. But the thing is, the problem is though that you know what it is with those two guys, and why they have this kind of effect is because the types of viewpoints that they promote. A lot of the people that they're in the same, like a lot of elites and retards and like share these viewpoints, but they promote them in a very sneaky way. They're always lying to you. Whereas Bonnell's Destiny and Hanania take perverse glee in basically being able to rub it in people's faces. Yeah. It's much like the gay liberation movement, where like the purpose of this was not to be free. The purpose of this was to upset people and to be an upsetting presence and to farm off of that. I mean, that's what like Talia Lavin was the same way. Mm-hmm. Where basically like I'm a big stinky troll and you have to deal with me. Yeah, and I have power over you.
The difference is that Talia Lavin didn't have it's similar, but it was a little bit different in that she was still playing victim and stuff like that, it was slightly different, but yes, there's similar energy there, but Bonnell and Hanania have like identical energy, right? Like they are the same energy and they have the same viewpoints, and it's also why they've been elevated to be effectively like regime spokespeople. And I think the fact that they are both like disgusting and repulsive to normal average people, like they're morally disgusting, and they are like kind of instinctually repulsive to people. Like they make the hairs on the back of your neck stand up. You don't like them. If you were physically near them, you would want to be away from them. They are like actually repugnant. They are nauseating. You know what I mean? Like it's but the thing is that this itself is. They are the ones that are, of course, they make themselves of service to the regime, to Jewish neoliberalism. They benefit from Jewish neoliberalism, and they are like its greatest defenders and mascots. But
this is what the purpose of bio-Leninism, that talking point, was supposed to be before it basically morphed into let's worship gay bodybuilders or whatever.
Right. Well, the
bio-Leninism, anyone who doesn't look like an Adonis is clearly an example of bio-Leninism.
That's not what that means.
It was supposed to refer to freaks like Hanania and Destiny.
Well, I don't know I don't know anything about bio-Leninism, because it always seemed to me like something that was like going out of its way to be weird when it could just tell you what you know what I mean.
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
It was one of those things where you could like see like a kernel of truth in it, but it was much like how like white women run anything type stuff, where it was basically like what the system does is it creates communism for ugly people, and that's who the rulers are. But what you could actually understand in a more properly narrow sense that Jewish elites want these extremely like physically and spiritually ugly narcissistic, power-seeking people to be their janissary class and their gatekeepers.
Because they've got no solidarity. They have no.
Yeah.
They don't care about others. They're completely self-centered. They're hedonistic. They're just, they don't give a shit. Like, it's the same thing with basically homosexuals generally. Why are homosexuals very trusted middle managers for the Jewish regime? Well, because they have zero solidarity with normal people. In fact, they're actively hostile. And so this is sort of the same thing. I don't know if I've been saying that for a long time about homosexuals. I don't know if that fits into bio-Leninism or not. Again, I always feel like bio-Leninism...
They would have said that because homosexuals were like, it was often pointed out how ugly phenotypically homosexuals actually are in contrast to the media image of them.
Yes, the media image of them is always in shape and stuff. It's also not true. They tend to be more overweight. They tend to die younger. They tend to be less healthy. They get diseases more. They're just the super ripped gay guy that the media in like a tank top and bike shorts at like the gay pride parade or something. That is not like the typical that they always show the picture of during gay pride. That's not the typical.
I think one of the reasons why they've backed off the the reaction types have backed off the bio-Leninist talking point is because
they're friends with
they've rallied around. Well, more so Peter Thiel, who is very weird and very off-putting too.
Who's always sweating because he's on some kind of AIDS medication.
Yeah, you can't talk about bio-Leninism and then ignore, the big gay in the room that helps fund a lot of.
And not just that he's gay; it's that he's always sweating, he's always shiny, and it's like, why? And I'm like, what is going on? Is your immune system just on fucking overdrive, dude? Like, what is going on here? Like, are you taking? Some people are saying it's a known side effect of PrEP, and it might just be hitting him particularly hard. Which would sound completely... I'm sorry, that's just totally plausible to me. Like, because it is unnatural. It is not normal. Why is he so sweaty? And people have said, he goes on camera.
I'll take that Just So story. That one works for me.
Well, to me, again, not all Just So stories are false. Like, let's clear this up. Like,
the problem with Just So story is that it's an explanation that basically creates an explanation without evidence.
Yeah, you have... It's an intuitive explanation for something. It doesn't necessarily mean it's wrong, but it's not necessarily right. Like, I have no evidence that Peter Thiel is on PrEP. I have good circumstantial reasons to think so, in that he's gay and he's constantly fucking sweating. And apparently...
And every gay man basically is on it.
Yeah. Yeah,
it's heavily promoted. It's advertised with it, not only in their communities but on in public constantly.
Yeah. So, we also know that Peter Thiel was throwing twink parties and stuff at some of his properties because that's been revealed in the media. So so he's engaging in the lifestyle, right? And the other thing is about it that somebody tried to come to his defense one time when I was mentioning this or just positing this, and they're like, well, when you're on camera, there's a lot of hot lights and stuff on you and people get sweaty. I'm like, yes, but nobody else is as sweaty as he is. Like, millions of people are on camera. He's way more, and he'll be in a studio with somebody else and be more sweaty than whoever he's talking to, who presumably is also under the same exact lighting conditions. And the people that do your makeup, if they see you all sweaty like that, they'll try and powder you down so you don't look all fucking sweaty, right? Like the people that prep you to go. So he's just, and he's also been looking like that in times when he's just sitting on stage during some fucking talk. Like when he did the when he did that thing at Oxford, he was all sweaty then too. He's not under hot lights, So yeah, he's just, I think he's just on prep. Or something is going on because also he wasn't always like that. But in any case, yes, it's Thiel, and of course Thiel and Hanania, and I'm sure the two of them hang out.
He does have that Ken Boy phenotype. Remember how weird Ken Boy looked on the camera?
Dude, faggots always have this greasy sheen to them. Even if they're not as sweaty as Thiel, there's always a slick. They always have a slick, a sheen. It's gross. I don't want to touch them, and I'm just there's just It's I would like to think that nature is putting a protective coating around you so you don't touch other people, but I don't think that's what it is. You know what I mean? I don't think that's what it is. But
this is a very old talking point, but it checks out that we've posited before that gay is actually a race, gay race, and this could just be a racial characteristic of being gay, much like how Asians have a different type of hair, blacks have a different type of hair, and in fact, actually, Asians even have weird different ear wax. They have to use a different tool to clean that shit out. Gays just have a weird patina that they develop as a racial characteristic.
Whenever you go into like the funny little quirks of different races, as you talk about like the Asian earwax thing and all that stuff, it's like white people are always like the least gross.
Yeah,
it's fun, and I know I'm saying that because I'm white, right? Like, and I could understand that would be a perspective that someone who wanted to get real kind of subjective about it would tell me, like, well, of course you think that. Well, you're white. I'm like, okay, first of all, fine, yes, I'm totally willing to accept that, but also like stop making that be a bad thing, then, right? Yes, I find white people less gross because I'm white, but for some reason, other people also find us less gross.
We have objectively the nicest hair, which is why every other race tries to emulate it. We have the nicest hair.
Well, white people objectively are the best looking race. Good looking. Obviously, ugly ass white people. No one questions that. But like, we on a sliding scale, right? Like, but yeah, objectively, we are better. Like it's and the fact is, like everybody knows it, which is why we're the only ones that they tried in before it with, and nobody really gives a shit. Like, if a bunch of Indians go out there and start talking about themselves as like Sigma, it's like, bro, shut the fuck up. You people are the weakest, literally the weakest. Like the actual weak. I know, like the whole shitting on Indians thing is like popular now as a way to like not talk about Jews or whatever. And as a way to actually,
I will always defend shitting on Indians. I was doing it first.
This is what I said to Sven yesterday.
All these people, I developed a lot of the talking points and how servile they are that a lot of people use now. I will never back down.
We were in on this early. All of us were.
The
like
Indian hate hipster, and I will own that one.
We were ahead of the curve, dude. We've been doing this for years, saying that they're effeminate, they're servile, they're obsequious, they're disgusting. And they're not pleasant. Like the whole thing of like, and people, the whole cope of them is like good immigrants. Like, fuck that. They're absolutely the worst. They're fucking penny pinching, miserly, cheap, lying, disgusting, obsequious, yet also they're just awful. Everything about them is terrible. The worst race literally in history. Like, even they're worse than blacks. Like, at least blacks
I've said that before too.
Yeah.
Like, well, the way I always framed it is that blacks are just part of the fauna. They're just animals. Like, so they are a threat. But when you see like a crocodile, you don't have like this. You have a fear of them. You have a concern about them. They could go off at any moment. But you don't have this instant revulsion when you see them in quite the same way as when you see an Indian. Right.
Yeah. That's my feeling too. Now, it could be because I'm very much like used to blacks, having been around them my whole fucking life. But and also
that is an issue because Americans are so used to being around.
That's what's funny is like I've often said this even to some people about blacks, where I'm like, well, I just get used to it. I guess. But like
you get used to them the same way like you get used to coyotes that live in your backyard or something.
Coyotes are less dangerous.
I know, but
coyotes are actually not dangerous at all. They just like whine in that high pitched way. The coyotes are legitimately like, it's funny how people think that they're really not. Like, how do humans get attacked by coyotes? Like, they usually run away. They're like a more pussy version of a wolf.
You live next to nature. You might have your cat might go missing.
Oh, your cat, sure, yeah. But
now we're learning to kind of live with that too with the Haitians. It's like, you just live around them. Your cat might go missing. Who knows?
Or not. Probably not, actually. But, there's coyotes that are always howling around here, and I don't really see them too much, but I have seen them a few times. They don't fuck with you.
I actually have mountain lions where I am.
That would scare me more.
Yeah.
But, like, I don't know. Maybe they're also not, they're not generally known for
they're not as, like, they don't come as close to unless they live on a farm or something. They don't come as close.
It's, from my understanding, it's pretty rare for there to be any large predatory animals that actually like will hunt humans. Like if they kill a human, it's because something happened. The human was fucking with it.
It's your pet. It's your pets or
your pets, right? Yeah. Well, that's all. Most bear attacks actually involve somebody who's walking their dog in the woods, and the dog goes at the bear, and the bear starts killing the dog, and then the human tries to like save the dog and also dies. Like, well, I don't know about most, but there are many that are like that. I can't say most about any. In any case, there's one actual predatory megafauna that will actively just hunt humans, and that's a polar bear. Like, it will see you and try and kill you and eat you. Like, even big ass like grizzly bears won't do that, generally speaking. Anyway, that's kind of neither here nor there. But the point I was driving at with Hanania and Destiny.
I was like, what are we talking about?
Yeah, well, just an interesting factoid. But the point I was talking about with them, well, they'll also try and hunt you and eat you. They just don't have the physical prowess to do it. They'll try and hunt and eat your soul.
Yeah, exactly.
And so,
or hunt and waste your time.
Hunt and eat your brain.
They want to basically, I mean, they're basically mental vampires. They want to drain your mental
psychic vampires,
and psychic energies.
Yes, and they want to drain it with like bait. Like they're and the thing is about them. Here's what I was driving at. Is a lot of people, like, I see constantly people talking about, and I don't blame anybody for this. Like, I don't disagree or blame anyone for this. And people used to do this with Destiny, and people do it now with Hanani a lot. Just absolutely how disgusting and freakish. Like, a lot of people have been saying this in the last few days because I guess Hanania did an interview with Jared Taylor, and it was just like he was just looked like a mess. And people are like, "Why is Taylor just like sitting there pretending like he's not what he is?" I'm like, "Well, he's trying to be like a professional. He's trying to be like an upstanding like gentleman."
Jared Taylor's a gentleman. He's a gentleman to everybody.
Jared Taylor is one of the nicest men I've met. I will be honest with you. He's been nothing but absolutely just a perfect gentleman.
He'll be a gentleman even to like a spitting mad person who.
He prides himself on maintaining high ground on that. Like, he will be talking to somebody who's absolutely like shitting, pissing, and farting, and he'll just be like. But he gets like that supercilious arrogance about him too that probably drives him even more crazy. But I really like Jared Taylor as a person. Some of his takes don't totally agree with it, but as a person, he's never been anything but super nice and super respectful and just really great and interesting to talk to. But that aside, so Jared Taylor is the exact like opposite of like Hanani in that you don't.
Oh yeah.
You get the opposite vibe. Like, you don't want to. You're not like repulsed by him. You're like, I want to give the guy a hug. You know, like, I want to shake his hand.
I want him to read me a racist bedtime
story.
story.
I want to go talk to him. I find him somebody pleasant. But the thing is, the point I'm making about the two of these guys is like, so many people used to own Destiny on being like a weird faggot and letting other dudes fuck his wife and all this stuff. And people own
other dudes himself.
Yeah, or whatever. And people own Hanania on like this weird like thing that he's got going on with his physical being. And the problem is, I don't disagree with anybody saying this, and I understand your reactions, your instinctual gut reactions, but like, he's not owned by that. In fact, the way they interpret that is like you declaring your own normiedom from their perspective. You know what I mean? Like, that's like you.
That's a good point.
When they see that, they see you as planting a flag directly in, like, from their perspective, normie territory. You know, because you're having the normal person, whatever your political views, you're having the normal person's like physical repugnant reaction to them, and so that's just like you're just normie. And frankly, I wonder how many more of these neo-reactionary people who we've never seen their face. I mean, what's his name? Costin, right? Bap. Like, he's just like a shitty average or maybe slightly below average looking guy, but he's not like necessarily inherently like, get away, like the way Hanani is. More.
Oh yeah, he doesn't have the picture I've seen of him. He doesn't have the repulsive.
He just looks like a schlub, right? Like, he's just a schlubby guy.
Just looks like a guy. Like, if things weren't like built up like with certain online personas, he'd just be a guy.
Yeah, nobody would really give a shit that he's like skinny fat or anything like that, right? But I don't know about the rest of them. I don't know what they look like. I've never seen what some of these guys look like. Like
I've seen what some of the old school NRX guys look like. It was like, whoa, there's some pheno. I mean, like the type you may even met some of them at the New York that when you used that.
Well, there was weirdos. There was, I don't know if any of these people are associated with the council, but there was real fucking. There was some normal people at those, or just normal appearing people. There are some fucking weirdos. And again, the only time in my life I ever met a actual post-op tranny, like at a party in person, where I had to like talk to them and stand next to them, was at neo-reactionary functions. So, like, yeah, just so you understand. And I think there's a lot of trannies in their thing. I think there's quite a few. Actually, two times. Actually, no. One of them was this Asian guy who was wearing, like, some big hat like some big lady's hat with like a big feather out of it and some like feathered boa around his neck, and he had like this like velour shirt or something. He dressed like a fucking faggot or like a woman, and he was super effeminate. But he was in before. He's like, I'm not trans, I'm not gay, I'm not trans. I don't know why everyone's accusing me of that. And I was like, bro, like, well, look at yourself.
Because they're more integrated. Because they're much more integrated with the Musk thing now. A lot of these like accelerationist trannies are are adjacent or within their thing now.
Yeah, that it's very interesting how that whole thing came together, and that's and again, that's the right wing has always been.
Oh, by the way, when I say, just for the audience, when I say accelerationism, I'm not talking about the meme idea of like if things get bad, that's better for us. Accelerationism, it refers to basically accelerating technology as quickly as possible to basically take the system to the next level. It's an actual concept that's used by
I mean, I knew what you meant
by neo-reactionaries. Yeah, but no, our audience might not. I want to make it clear when I say accelerationism.
And so they can do stuff like we want to like get rid of like aging. It's like and so we can live a long time and stuff like that. But in any case, the point being, like, you can't own these people with that, right? Well, first of all, yes, the trannies were rampant in the neo-reactionary movement, and that's hardly surprising. And there were some extremely freakish, weird people at these parties when I would go to them, and I was a little bit put off. But it was the worst when Sven came to one of them, and he was like, and we would talk, we'd be like, dude, like, going just to straight up like libertarian events, you just saw way more normal people.
That's something a lot of people don't know, because they hear the term neo-reactionary and they don't know that it had an actual specific meaning years ago.
Oh yeah, no, it was
a way to differentiate basically tech bros who wanted to have both like middle management Catholicism, but also be allied with technological tranny people. That's why that was the neo part of neo-reactionaries, that we're going to have like a dark enlightenment that's fueled by like immense technological progress with they were autocrat techno king at the head of it all.
When it comes to the Catholic thing, like they were utterly cynical about it too. Like they basically viewed it as like an adequate social control mechanism, like that.
Yeah, basically you have Catholic guys who have non-white wives as basically the middle manager janissary types for their system. That was what the design of it was.
Yes, and they were basically saying that people should be.
We're seeing a soft form of that with the amount of reactionary guys, Trump guys, like that. Basically, your ticket in, your key to get into the to the cool kids club is making sure that you do not have that you're a white guy. If you're a white guy, that you do not have a white wife, and that you do not have white.
Oh children. Yeah, that's absolutely the test. If you're white and you want to be accepted in their circles, you have to have a non-white, either be gay or have a non-white or Jewish like partner or wife or whatever you want to call it, or be in a polycule or something. I don't know. But the thing, their relationship with Catholicism was purely like, well, Catholicism seems like the best system to teach people to be arbitrarily deferential to authority for no reason other than it's an authority. And so, because that's what we want.
They also saw a social utility. I mean, like they basically kind of like agree with Marx for the wrong reasons, that religion as the opiate of the masses. Like this is a good social control mechanism.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
This also gives people a sense of meaning, because they're seeing like how rapidly like people are becoming nihilistic and how destabilizing. I mean, this is why this is the secret of like the whole stability maxing bros is that that type of culture is destabilizing internally to a culture, which was why they cynically supported a lot of different, more traditional religions as kind of a stopgap measure,
right?
As they try.
Well, they also like the idea of just deference for the sake of itself, right? Because they were like, which they didn't understand. Then I guess Catholics have doctrines about why they are, and I don't. That's fine. I'm not talking about that, but like. From their perspective, they were like, it's bad. Like democracy is really bad, and it's bad not because. Like why we would say it was bad. Like we would say democracy is bad because it's fake, because it is a way to give the appearance of input from people, give the appearance of control and agency of average people into the system, give the and yet like
becomes ruled by Jews.
Well, it always becomes ruled by Jews, and it always becomes ruled by capitalism, by Jews. And it is an effective way for actual elites to shield themselves behind these clowns that they put out as politicians to absorb the hate and everything while they're just operating.
That was our old talk as well. It diffuses power.
It actually is liberalism generally does this, right? But for them, that's not why they were against it. They were against it because they were like, people should never even get the impression that they have input. Like, they should see themselves as serfs. They should understand. That's why Moldbug tried to, like, formalize. He called it formalism, where he wanted to formalize social castes. He wanted to formalize what caste people were in. He wanted you to understand that you were born into it. So, again, then we cross over with Indians and shit here.
Yeah. And he was based because he was going to make blacks only be janitors. Something like
right. that. Or yes. But he wasn't changing anything. And I remember one time, like, they hated. The funny thing is because they were also racist and like somewhat Jew aware, and they were very Jew aware actually. And one guy who was like crossing over between us and them, he would try and defend them to me because I'd always talk about how they were always sticking up for Jews and everyone to talk about it. He's like, yeah, but behind the scenes, like, everybody knows it. I'm like, yeah, but fuck your scenes.
Oh, so it's the peasant anti-Semitism.
Yeah, no, exactly. It was exactly that. It was exactly that, or it was proto that all these years ago.
It has to be a secret society.
It was proto that like 10 years ago when I was having this discussion with this guy about this stuff. And I remember one time I think I've told the story before. I know I have. I'll tell it again. There was some and again, this guy was a total nerd who I was talking to. We used to go to this German bar, and they absolutely fucking hated Nazis. Like, they hated Nazis on an ideological level. But like, a lot of them liked me personally, but most people do. But I was talking to this guy, and he was like, we were talking about how we didn't want, it was before Trump was elected the first time. We were talking about we don't want, you're all these beaners, we don't want all these people in, and then he was like, well, let's take a look at South America though. And I was like, what do you mean? He's like, well, South America is a racially stratified. Most countries in South America used to. I mean, he didn't get it right about what it was. He's saying it's like a racially stratified system with like a white Catholic ruling class. Isn't that ideal? I was like, fuck no, that's not ideal. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, I was like, we just have different ideas about what we want, bro. Like, we just
reminds me about.
We're just not on the same page. Like, I don't want, like, I was like, I want like a people's national socialist government. You want some, and they were like, oh my god. Oh my god!
This leads to my favorite of all time Soy Jack meme of Soy Jack crossing his arms and looking smugly. I reject Nazi modernism. I support Pierre de la Ceyslav Bergen Nippel von Hussel. He was a Catholic reactionary dictator, 1921 to 1922 in West Slobovia. He was way more base than Hitler. He even support Latin Mass, the edgiest thing in the universe.
Yeah,
a lot of guts and moxie.
Yeah. Remember when they were doing the Salazar thing too, and it's like, bro.
Yeah, you got to send a Salazar book.
I still have it. I've never opened it. The funny thing is the way it's printed. It's got this yellow spine with Salazar in huge black letters.
Did you go to the index, look for Jews or Israel or whatever, and basically just found exactly what you were looking for to prove your point?
I might have done that. I could probably do that again. I mean, it's just like I'm not interested in that. Like, that's not what I'm interested in terms of political goals. Okay, I don't care about your Catholic monarchy. Like, as far as I'm concerned, that ship has sailed. We're not going back, and I don't have any interest in it. Right. Like, if I could just go back, I would just go back to the Roman Empire. Like, just do that again.
I would just go back and tell Hitler he's got to work on those nukes. ASAP.
Go back and tell Titus he's got to work on that fucking shit. Finish the job.
Go on, Hitler. Tell Titus what's going to happen if you don't finish the job.
Yeah, I'd have a meeting. I'd be like, let's bring Hitler back. Me and Hitler will go and red pill Titus. Dude, well, the funny thing is, it's funny. Learning more about the history of ancient Judea, it's very interesting to me. I don't need to go into all of it, but like the whole thing of like it was independent. Like the idea that it had always been under Roman rule or direct Roman occupation. Like Pilate was not the governor for very long. Like, they had actually deposed one of Herod's sons because he was a shitbag, and then they took direct control. But until that, it was just like a vassal. And then they started having all kinds of problems with that. But in any case, So the Romans are actually willing to, like, for the most part, willing to let the Jews just like, hey, look, just pay your taxes, or just pay homage or pay your tithe, or whatever you do, pay the duty to the empire.
Render unto Caesar what is Caesar's.
Right. Anyway, but that's a whole other topic. But the point I was driving at with those two guys is they can't be owned based on your idea of what is a normal looking person or not. They revel in it, they love it, and they enjoy that. And so, but they can be owned. I'm not saying they can't be owned generally. Just like calling them faggots and weirdos.
They can't be owned by the way a lot of people think.
You have to make them look stupid. You have to make them look stupid. Like, frankly,
you have to humiliate them. You have to actually humiliate them where it
humiliate them in a way that matters to them, right? Because that's the worst. Like, humiliate them in a way that matters to them. And I think it also shows, like, somewhat. Now, granted, people are so weird and off-putting looking that it's like, sure, like, do that. But, yeah, you know, like, I humiliated Destiny by not letting him humiliate me, because that was his thing, right? That was his thing. Was he humiliates people? He goes on with white nationalists and humiliates them. Now, I would probably do significantly better if I could get that debate again than I did it when I did it the first time, because I was very much on the defensive. I was worried about all kinds of tricks that he was going to play. I knew how sneaky he was and how dishonest he was, and I was kind of playing like it was like a stalemate in a way. But he also was doing the bit. He resorted to the trick of like doing this. I agree with that, just to like rob you of your talking point, right? Just because it's like he knows it's going to win. Or he doesn't want to be in the position of arguing against it, even if he has the position. So he lies about what he thinks, right? He won't actually take his own positions. So when you say this, he's like, "Well, no, I completely agree with that. I just think, it's like, but you just do."
That's why when you debate someone, you have to know ahead of time exactly what do you want to debate about.
Yeah, what positions are you taking?
What is your position?
Yeah, that's what I learned to do, and that's why that stupid Holocaust debate took forever. Because that like totally threw them off was the demand. That's why Matthew Cockrell took like 3 years, I think, before giving me his.
It was 2.5 or 3 years. I remember
like 2.5 or 3 years before he finally delivered his body of evidence, and then he delivered it in German, and saying like, "Oh, what's the matter? You can't read German? Oh, you're not competent. You're not competent to do research in this area. You're not competent to understand it." I was like, "So, Matthew, let me get this straight. So you're saying that nobody that doesn't speak German can ever understand the Holocaust? Is that what you're telling me? Right? So like, because translation isn't a thing. Like, translating documents isn't a thing, and people that don't speak German just can never have it. So all the people that believe in the Holocaust that don't speak German, we have to disregard them too, right? Because they don't know.
And the question is, what is the purpose of this debate then? If the only
right, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, for him, the purpose was his purpose was objectively to try and show I don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Right, like that, and that no.
He was basically doing a new creative twist on credentialism.
Yes, where he's like, you don't know, but that's also in the debate. That's what he tried to like. You don't know what you're talking about, and he so desperately wanted me to take certain. Because there are like wrong things that sometimes people say when they deny the Holocaust. There's things there are meme takes out there like Chimney to Nowhere and stuff that are wrong, and we've discussed those and I've done them myself in the past and had to correct myself for getting them wrong. Like we have gotten things wrong. I've gotten things wrong about the Holocaust. That doesn't mean it happened. It just means that I made a mistake and I had to correct it. Right. So Chimney to Nowhere is a bad take. Don't do it. Like there's plenty of smokestacks and chimneys that are totally disconnected from the building that is pumping smoke up through them. Okay, you can see it in factories all the time. It's very common that they are actually located a little bit further away from the main building, and there's just underground pipes just piping the exhaust up through them. No big deal. But so that's whatever. But yeah, so whatever. That's one of them, right? So he wanted me to take those kind of positions, and I didn't. I had a much better position than that. And what's so funny is this is another thing. Like, so this guy on Twitter the other day, the guy I got banned for the second time in a year from Twitter for debating, was basically saying that he was doing the God of the Gaps when it came to the ovens, and he was saying well, you guys have never provided any historical narrative of what these crematoria were. Because I was saying, bro, like, you're the one doing the conspiracy theory. Like, you're saying the crematoria were gas chambers when the historical documentary and evidentiary record doesn't show that. Like, we have physical evidences that shows they couldn't be. We have blueprints that shows what they were when they were built, what they were intended to be. And he was like, well, you guys have to decide, was it a morgue or was it a bomb shelter? And I'm like, bro, it was both. It was an underground building. By law, underground buildings built by the Reich at that time, by law, had to also have the capability to be converted to a bomb shelter. It's both. It
Buildings
is not
are multi-use. Wild.
You can use a room for two things, particularly when it's underground. Very convenient for that to be where you go for a bomb shelter.
You tell me I can use my study, which has a bed in it.
You can also watch TV in there.
Yeah, I can. It can be a TV room. It can be a bedroom, and it can be a study.
Yeah, you can do that.
It's nuts.
You probably couldn't use it as a gas chamber, though. I mean, you could try, but and you could probably kill yourself with gas in there, but it would take a lot more effort than you think it would. Anyway, so he was doing that, like, oh, you got to decide which is what, and I'm like, it's both. Like, first of all, those aren't contradictory, and then he was saying, like, you guys have never evidenced like a record of it, and I'm like, okay, that's not true, because Matano has like a 3-volume, 1,500-page work called The Cremation Furnaces of Auschwitz, which I have not read the whole thing. I've looked at parts of it. I don't own that. That's one of the few books that I don't own. But nonetheless, the work has been done in painstaking detail, and I guarantee you haven't read it either. But don't come to me and tell me that no one has laid out a history of it. And every single Holocaust denier is not required to know that history, or even to get anything about it right, in order for the Holocaust to still be fake. Like Carlo Matano was saying this and doing the research and getting it as right, as close to truth, as close to right as we think we can get. And somebody doing meme stuff that's getting it wrong doesn't negate all of his work. You know what I mean? Like, it's like the slipperiness of the way these people argue, which is something that you would accept in any other field. Like, a lot of people say the earth is flat. Doesn't make it flat. Right? Like, people getting things wrong doesn't change the reality of things. Like, it's actually a very basic point that it's funny you have to reiterate it again, because these people act like, oh, you got something wrong. Now the Holocaust is real. It's like, no, it's not how it works at all. I can get everything wrong, and it doesn't make it real. It doesn't mean it happened. But
speaking of that debate, did you want to cover that tweet I showed you?
Yeah, I did want to talk about Avi Bitterman.
But I had Dr. Avi.
There's one other point about this guy that really irritated me, that but I can't remember what it was now, but it's like eating at me. But it's something that it was eating at me because I was banned in the middle of the debate, which is so annoying about Twitter, right? Like, in the middle of the debate with this guy, I was banned, which is just like, fuck you. It's just like fuck you. Like, this is what's wrong with Musk's Twitter. Like, you can't even ever talk about anything important. So I guess the point I was making, though, was it was the same thing of like how everybody likes to choose their own thing, and it was kind of the point I was making yesterday about the Karl Plog thing and the other Nazi thing we talked about, and it's just like you're assuming secret codes, like. The documents say something like that. You can't just disregard it. And it was like the thing with Hitler, right? Where Hitler was saying about Palestine and Egypt, and I had the argument about the guy who was saying like, no, clearly they're laughing when Hitler mentions Palestine because they know about the Havara Agreement and all the Jews that the Nazis were like shipping to Palestine. And I'm like, first of all, that's not what the Havara Agreement was. Secondly, there's no way that's what they were laughing about. Also, like, read the speech. If you want to know what they're talking about, like, look at the actual text. Like, I hate this about people. Like, I hate this trend. And maybe people have always been like this, and it's not an American thing. Maybe it's worse now than it has been.
Well, it has. I think it has been shown. I could just be making this up, but I believe you have to have a certain level of both intelligence and training to be able to intuitively find a source, look at it, look at the primary sources yourself. Like, when people debate online, when people post things online, they're always posting second, third-hand things or just things that are just made up. The amount of work that goes into basically looking at what the text actually says, what the primary source actually is pretty much non-existent, I think, amongst the general population.
Yeah, and I assume that's sort of how it always is, which is why it's like that's sort of the difference between a researcher, an academic, and a scholar, and a normie, and that's understood, right? But I guess the online phenomena has made it such that, like, and I do understand the idea of like experts being tired of normies because they really can't actually think. And, you know, talking about like when you have expert people that come in and then discuss things like, and the Holocaust is like one of the worst examples because there's a lot of normies that think they know a lot. It's very funny because normies that are Holocaust believers want to jump in on any argument and tell you you're stupid for not believing in it, but they get everything wrong too, even from the perspective of the Holocaust, right? Even from the perspective of what the actual Holocaust narrative is, they get it wrong. And even this guy I was arguing with, I realized he was a pleb because he mentioned something about like shower heads, and I'm like, bro, that's not what they say. Like they don't talk. The shower heads is a meme. It's not. That's not what they say happened.
Yeah,
but yeah,
it is exhausting because I can tell you from like a much more minor example, like when the Benjamin Franklin quote about Germans comes up, I just get exhausted from it because I have researched this multiple times. I've written it out, and it's just one of those things that it becomes like common knowledge that it just doesn't die. It's like, yes, Franklin did say those things. No, he didn't mean it. He was joking.
Also, the Kevin Albert Strom thing and Voltaire. Was it Voltaire?
I love that one. Well, that one I'll never correct.
No, that one's great. That's perfect. I think that's actually a fantastic thing. Is like put out a thing like that and just attribute it to Voltaire.
Yeah,
people will just start reposting. Anyway,
I will never.
So
correct that one.
The funny thing is, speaking of the Holocaust debate, you sent me this tweet today.
Yep. And I have the Avi tweet that he's referencing.
Oh yeah. Oh, send me a link to that. Is it in the thing? Because I'd rather just talk about that.
Oh no. Okay. Well, just to give some context. So somebody on Bang had found this. It's just very funny that the New York Post had this thing about footage of a Hamas hostage, and people were making fun of her because
she's fat and ugly.
Fatter yeah. Well, she looks
and
fatter
she's still
than
fat.
She was captured. And so there was this cope.
I don't know about fatter. She just looks
anyways,
the same. But yeah.
Well, this was the cope response from somebody. Hamas is likely overfeeding her for propaganda purposes. See Avi Bitterman's post if you really want to know more. Also, there's plenty of ways to torture a hostage besides starving. There's rape and torture for starters. Hamas is not fooling any good person.
Bro, no one's raping that fat bitch. Let me get the picture of her for reference. Okay, I gotta have to do the bit where I have to ingest the stupid browser now for a second, but I should have done this before. But yeah, nobody is raping that broad, dude. I mean, because again, I don't buy the whole like rape is about power, not sex. Like, no, rape is for sexual gratification. Or I can't say in all cases, right? The fact is, we don't know. It could be different. Like maybe it is, maybe it's not.
So when you pull up the Avi Bitterman post, do the last one I just posted.
Okay. Wait, why is this?
If you're looking for the bitch, go to the third from the bottom. There you go.
There she is. Right, there she is. That's the girl, right? Now, I remember the footage of October 7th when they grabbed those girls out of that military base, and I remember seeing this girl among them being taken, and she is actually I would say she's as fat as she was, but clearly this is not somebody who is being starved. Nor does she show any marks of torture. Nor do any of the hostages. You remember when they rescued those hostages? Like the 4 hostages they rescued with that crazy operation where they killed like 300 people in order to clear their escape, and which was actually the op for which the entire floating pier that the U.S. military had set up for supposed aid delivery to Gaza. It was actually, the whole thing was a gay op to assist in this hostage rescue because they thought they had like a beat on where these hostages were. And so they set the floating pier up and they did all this shit, and it was all used. Like they put the way they got in, the way they snuck the Israeli commandos in was in the backs of like aid trucks that were like launched from that pier into, and then they went and they launched the raid and all this shit. And to cover their escape, they bombed the shit out of it and killed like 300 people. For those 4 fucking kikes, those 4 kikes were in absolute perfect health. And the same with the, what was it? One of them was the broad that was like the half Chinese broad that was shown being taken from the rave. And then, of course, like a few months later, she's back raving again in the same place, which is highly frustrating. And which is just like, that's just so annoying. But like, they were perfectly fine. And also that girl, arguably more attractive than this girl, certainly thinner, certainly much thinner than this girl. Never made an allegation of rape while she was being captive. She was saying the worst thing was that the Palestinian family that she was staying with kept her in one room, kept her locked in the bedroom, which was not like some torture chamber. It was the child's bedroom, when she wasn't being made to like do the dishes and clean the house.
In Jews' defense, it is torture to them to be forced to be a good guest.
Yes, to clean up after yourself is considered absolute, like, the worst thing you could do to a Jew. But, yeah, so they made her do the dishes, and then they kept her locked in the bedroom when she wasn't when she wasn't doing the dishes or whatever. And that was the extent of it. She wasn't raped, and she did gain weight. Now that girl did gain weight. That girl did put on a little bit of a punch while she was in captivity. And so it's just bullshit. And the other guys that came out, they were totally in good shape, like not starving, not emaciated, no signs of physical abuse, bruising, scratching, cuts, scars.
This is just proof that our buddy Chef is in Hamas right now. He's in charge of feeding these bitches.
Oh, jeez. They put the guy with the feeder fetish in charge of this girl. It's like, yeah. I'm sorry, that's just weird. I'm sorry, I didn't say something like that.
It's an inside joke. Chef's not really into that
it's
stuff.
Fine.
Just joke about it.
Yeah, but so yeah, do you have the Abby Bitterman tweet where he himself?
Yes, go to the very, because he did 2 of them, and I want to get the one that's
dude. That guy. Remember, Abby Bitterman. Just so everyone understands, Dr. Abby Bitterman. First of all, let's take a look at these tweets. So the second one, the last one first.
Do the last one, because like that includes the quote of the previous. It quotes the previous one. That way you have access to both tweets.
Holy
told you it was good.
Shit!
Told you it was good.
Oh my god! Okay.
That's why I didn't send you the original tweet, because I wanted to get that live reaction.
You wanted the visceral react? Okay.
Yep.
Holy shit!
Yep.
So this is the kind of shit he would just say when we would discuss having the debate. Of course, he chickened out. Reminder, he chickened out on the debate with me. Cockrell didn't chicken out. It took him 3 years to get his shit together, and then a bunch of like wrangling and emails in which, when I asked him for things like, can you please translate the German documents you sent me, he would tell me like that's unprincipled and I'm a scumbag and I'm trying to weasel out of it. And I was just like, well, I mean, it seems like I'm not. It doesn't seem like I'm the one trying to weasel out of this, Matthew. I don't know what's going on, but in the end, I through perseverance, I managed to actually get him to finally do it. Because the other thing was like, who's going to moderate, right? And nobody wanted to moderate it. Like, he couldn't get anybody to moderate.
He was also using it to basically try to privately debate you in email. He was always baiting you.
Oh yeah, no, he got so mad when I wouldn't debate him in email, and he wanted to talk about like Slav genocide and stuff, and I was like, yeah, no, we're talking about the Holocaust, not that. Which was actually he knew I was trolling him, but he gets so angry about it. But then it was like he wanted to do it like on Ralph, and I was like, dude, Ralph is such a garbage fire. I'm not doing that, and also that's not a good venue for this. Like, I'm not doing that. Sorry. And he was like, that was some kind of unprincipled thing for me not want to do it there. And then it was like, I was like, well, Dawson said he'd moderate.
Well, he also wanted to use it as an opportunity for blood sports.
Right. He wanted to use Ralph, the way that Ralph's show is and Ralph's audience and all this stuff. And I was like, no, we're not doing that. Well, first of all, that wouldn't go well for him. But like, I didn't want to do that. I want to talk about the Holocaust. I was like, well, Dawson says he'll moderate. And he was like, absolutely not, Ryan. And I was like, why not, dude? Ryan can be objective. Ryan doesn't even totally agree with me on the Holocaust. So like he would be objective.
Ryan would have
been way better than fucking Ralph.
He would have been a great moderator.
Yeah, and he would have been autistically dedicated to being an objective moderator, actually, which would probably have annoyed me a little bit.
That's why I support the idea of Dawson as a moderator for that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I know, but he wouldn't. Really Cockrell was like, no, because Dawson like hates Israel. Well, I was like, well, you hate Israel, Cockrell. Well, he was basically saying Dawson is also a Holocaust denier, which is, I would say he's like halfway there, but whatever. In any case, it doesn't really matter. He wouldn't accept Dawson, who is a far better moderator than Ralph. Anyway, finally I got him to just agree to do it without a moderator. It took a lot of teeth pulling, but eventually we did it. And then of course he looked like an idiot. But Dr. Abbey had long since backed out. And I could go into some of the stuff that some of the claims that he was making that were proven. And I had a video, I think it's still up on Odyssey, where I went through like some of the fake shit that he sent me. And which was actually shown to be fake when I interviewed Gurmar a few months ago. But let's press forward here. So he says this. Yes, it is estimated that 500 POWs from Auschwitz concentration camp and as many as 14,000 from the Belsen concentration camp died of refeeding syndrome. And yes, hostages will be put at risk from Hamas doing this. We don't know if any hostages died from Hamas doing this yet, because Hamas only released living hostages in the initial ceasefire and refuses to provide a list of which hostages are alive or dead let alone their cause of death. I want to really quickly say that's not true. That's actually not true. The idea that Hamas refused to do this is wrong. And there was a scandal that came out in the Israeli media just a couple of days ago where there was a list of 34 living hostages Hamas said they were prepared to release in the first stage of a ceasefire that was leaked in the Israeli press, which made this is one of the reasons why protests started going crazy, because this was the excuse the Netanyahu government was using to stonewall the talks, to the point where even the fucking like Egyptians and the Saudis and the Qataris and all these Arab governments that were being effectively proxies for Israel in negotiating with Hamas were actually breaking Israel's balls for like not like absolutely stonewalling on this and pretending that this shit hadn't happened. Like, they absolutely provided the list of 34 hostages that were alive and that they were prepared to release in the first stage of the ceasefire. And this caused just absolute furor inside of Israel because the government had just been telling them Hamas won't do this, they won't do this, they won't do this. And so this is January 5th. Yeah, that was actually about when that story broke in the Times of Israel. I'd have to go back and look. Maybe it was the day before that or something. But Avi is just continuing with the same lie of the Netanyahu government, which the Netanyahu government is doing on purpose because they don't want to have a ceasefire. They don't want to be forced into any situation where they make a concession to Hamas at this point, because the way they see it is like they're on the cusp of victory, and they frankly don't care if these people die. I don't care if they die either because they're Jewish, but like the fact is the Israeli government's supposed to, but they are really mainly, it's like at this point, why are we holding the perspective of the Netanyahu government is like there's probably only about 60 or 70 people left alive. 100 or so of them have been released. Several of them have died. A few of them have been rescued. So there's like 60 or 70 left alive in Hamas custody. And why are we holding up like total victory for the state for 60 or 70 people who frankly are just a big, massive political headache? And the reason Hamas keeps them is because this is a massive bargaining chip for them, and it causes all this internal problems inside of Israel. But so he's lying. Well, either that or Avi is not necessarily lying. He's repeating Israeli government propaganda. I doubt that he knows any better, but he's willing to lie. He would lie if he knew the truth. He would still lie, so it doesn't matter. The guy is a inveterate liar. He's a total greasy scumbag liar, which is the impression I got of him when Stryker and I did a Skype call with him years ago when we were still supposed to do a 2-on-2 debate. And after the call, Stryker and I were like, yo, that guy, I don't trust a goddamn thing that guy fucking said. I don't trust a single fucking thing that guy said about how he was going to behave during the debate or anything. So this is just a Just So story. Like, here's what we know. This girl is still alive. She's still fat, because I guess they've shown that video actually was filmed at the time they said it was filmed. They provided some evidence of that. And she's not being underfed, and she doesn't show any outward signs of being abused. And none of the other hostages, this is the other thing, none of the other hostages that have been released claimed abuse. In fact, in the first hostage release, which is now more than a year ago, which was in November of 2023, the first round where they released the old and the sickly people, all of those people said they were treated very, very well. And that the Hamas captors were saying, like, Islamic doctrine requires us to treat you in a certain way, according to the Quran.
Let me ask you a speculative question. Why do you think they're not lying about their treatment by Hamas? Wouldn't it make things better for, like, their status with the state of Israel and just how they normally are to lie about how Hamas treated them? Well, I don't know. I find it odd that they're not coming out with horror stories.
Well, the thing is, I think that what this shows is that it's kind of funny because they do this with the Holocaust, right? Or at least they managed to get Jews to do this with the Holocaust. So I don't know. I can't entirely answer that, but I will say that I think that part of it has to do with internal Israeli politics. Because the hostages that did come out, the one hostage that did come out and say that was very much opposed to the Netanyahu government. And after that,
now over the diving platform. Down it crashed onto the platform, made the platform a chute, and down the chute came the furnishings still remaining in the room below. A xylophone shot out first, scampering fast on its tiny wheels. Out came a bedside table in a crazy race with a bounding blowtorch. Out came chairs in hot pursuit. And somewhere in that room below, out of sight, something mightily reluctant to move was beginning to move. Down the chute it crept. At last it showed its golden bow. It was the boat in which dead Papa Manzano lay. It reached the end of the chute. Its bow nodded. Down it tipped. Down it fell, end over end.
Hello, and welcome to our commentary track for Return of the Jedi.
No, we're doing Return of the Jedi?
Yeah.
I thought we were doing Revenge of the Sith.
No.
I've never seen this movie.
What?
This is going to be a horribly awkward commentary.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Just pretend.
Okay, I'll pretend I've seen it before.
There's some teddy bears and you don't like the teddy bears.
Okay.
And go.
Got it.
Now, sit back and get ready to experience George Lucas's definitive vision of Return of the Jedi.
Anyway, here's Lord Vader arriving at the partially complete new Death Star.
It's another Death Star.
That's right.
I guess, yeah, should we just mention right off the bat that this is the sign of things to come, this movie, Return of the Jedi?
Yeah.
As far as everyone hates the prequels, but you can see glimpses of where this was going all the way back in Return of the Jedi.
It's a transitional film.
It is, in a lot of ways.
Yeah, this is certainly the black sheep of the original trilogy, but it's more of a very, very, very light gray sheep, in my opinion.
Really, what the prequels did to me was they kind of redeemed Jedi. It's like after Attack of the Clones, this movie's like Citizen fucking Kane.
Oh, sure.
Oh, we should have talked about the opening title crawl, how the first one was about intergalactic war, the second one also, and this one is everyone's going to save their best friend Han Solo.
Yes, yeah.
Also, the Empire's making another Death Star. But they're going to save their best friend.
Everyone has to save their friend.
Everyone likes Han Solo.
Are you looking forward to watching a Han Solo movie as a fan?
Not really.
No. That is a new shot too.
The zooming in.
That is some kind of digital extension on the size of the door.
Because it didn't look big enough before.
No, and it needs to be 600 feet tall for absolutely no reason. Maybe the barge comes out of there.
Oh, there you go.
Oh wait, the barge door.
Do they extend then the interior, or probably not?
Probably not. And that's the baffling thing
about they have a 15-story tall door for a 10 foot high entrance. That's big enough. It looks great. This Blu-ray looks great. The detail on it, it's wonderful.
Let's see how cavernous. Nope. The inside is tiny. Can we make that door bigger? George, that doesn't make. Just make the door bigger.
Just make the door bigger.
Yeah, this is the size of the original set.
Yeah. All the little tweaks and changes and additions are completely random and completely baffling. Like, if you're going to try and spruce up the special effects, why would you leave some of the shittier ones in? It makes no sense.
But all the like Jabba the Hutt, the Gamorrean guards, Bib Fortuna, all these characters, this whole sequence is great.
It's great on its own.
Yeah.
But when you realize that the only reason any of this exists is just to get Han out of carbonite, so we can get that out of the way.
Right.
Even though he has nothing to do for the rest of the movie. But this entire opening is so disconnected from... Well, it's tricky, because it's almost like after this it becomes a separate movie about Luke and Vader.
Right. Yeah, and then this, I don't know. It's like, okay, Han Solo, now he's a general, right? Mm-hmm. He's General Solo.
Yeah.
And he stands in front of a door for the last 45 minutes of the movie.
Right, but he was integral to the destruction of the Death Star in the first one, and now he's a general. And I needless to say, he's important to the Rebel Alliance, and they have this like convoluted, hackneyed plot to escape him by sending Lando in ahead of time to pose as a guard.
Yes.
The robots as offerings, and Chewbacca as a slave offering. by Leia in a disguise. And then it cuts to them after they have rescued Han in this convoluted plot. It cuts to like 45 massive warships and thousands of X-Wings. It's like the Rebel Alliance could have taken him by force in about 4 minutes. If he was really that important, right?
You just have some X-Wings bomb the perimeter for a few minutes. And then have like a loudspeaker. Yeah, we want Han Solo.
Bring him out, Jabba. We got a bunch of bars of gold or whatever currency is. Okay. I mean, when shit hits the fan later and they're going to execute everybody, they just fight back and they win anyway. And that's only 4 of them.
Yeah.
And plus Han is blind.
And here's the other question too. If Jabba did accept the droids as payment, would they have just left C-3PO and R2-D2 there?
Yeah, they would have had to come back for them eventually too.
Or not.
Or just leave them.
They're like toasters to these people.
Not in this movie, Rich. Now they're all best friends.
Yeah.
The last movie, yeah.
It's a kiddie movie and everyone loves each other.
But it leads to all these wonderful little scenes.
Well,
like
that's the thing is like, yeah.
Luke is where he needs to be.
Right.
The rest of the movie then, of course, is just Ewoks. And it's like they packed in all the creativity of the whole movie into this particular sequence.
Yeah.
What you're saying is it's like Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome.
Oh, that's a good comparison.
Thank you.
Very, very good comparison.
The first half of Beyond Thunderdome, well, it's different in the sense that the first half of Beyond Thunderdome is great, and the second half kind of sucks, but it does feel like two disconnected movies.
Jay, did you say
together.
sucks? Speaking of sucks, here's the new Jabba
What are you talking
band.
about?
Oh my god, that looks so bad.
It looks terrible. The song is terrible, and it's like you've entered a different film altogether.
He's animated like it's a Warner Brothers cartoon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He should be fighting the Tasmanian devil.
Yeah. What's her name? Sly? Is it Sly Snoodles or some
Snice?
Sny SNY or SLY?
Something
I don't
like
know.
You call yourself a true Star Wars fan?
I
You
know.
don't know that minor character's name?
I was close.
Animated to the point where it stands out horribly.
Yeah, exactly. It's not like
it's not natural at all.
No, they film new stuff with this slave girl, right? For the special edition they did. You know, it's new footage. It's kind of unnecessary, but it at least matches, as opposed to the cartoon characters singing, which looks like Looney Tunes back in action.
God, I feel so sorry for all those people who had to work on this kind of stuff for George Lucas.
Oh.
It was meant originally to be a big musical number, which I thought would be funny in the middle of a Star Wars film.
People that are just like, what? You know, like, oh, I had this wacky song. And I had this cartoon cockroach singing. La da da do da do.
I got a job working for Lucasfilm. I'm going to do the movie magic. Oh, you want me to do what?
George has been watching Warner Brothers cartoons. What should I do? He's the boss. You can't do anything.
Right, exactly.
You can do it. You can destroy these things. You know, it is possible.
I love that there's like 100 people just right behind this tiny curtain.
They all woke up, and then
Yeah, were they just waiting back there
were
all
waiting.
night?
Yeah, and someone pulled the curtain when Jabba told them to.
Maybe Jabba was just having like his own orgy back there.
Oh,
It's just
unrelated.
bad timing.
Okay.
Jabba does say ho 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 a lot. Ho 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 ho.
We're just going to do impressions of all the aliens for the rest of this commentary. This is a good little introduction to Luke, though. He looks kind of badass here. You realize he's a little bit older and a little bit wiser than he was in the last film.
Until you see his haircut.
Aww.
I would say if I were to talk about hairstyles, this one, Harrison Ford's hair is like very poofy, and same with Mark Hamill's hair.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mark Hamill is like borderline bowl cut
Wait,
in my memory.
Look, it's Sebulba.
Oh my God, Sebulba.
Oh, God. Did they add him in the fucking Blu-ray?
Yep.
Didn't any of these fuckers die between the two trilogies?
The Rancor.
Love the Rancor.
Everyone
Little
loves the
tiny
Rancor.
puppet.
Now, was fighting a Rancor part of Luke's plan? Gonna fight a Rancor with a bone. And then they're all going to take us out into the sand dunes, where I'll have to murder 500 men at one time.
And I'm going to hide my lightsaber inside R2-D2 for use later instead of bringing it with me.
Wouldn't it be funny if that like drink thing on R2's head kept the lightsaber from flying out? Right? It just kind of awkwardly fell on the ground.
If someone found the lightsaber while they were installing the drink tray.
What's this?
What's this? Oh my god! There's Greedo.
There's Greedo.
That person in the Greedo costume is like leaning back and like playing with their own fingers. I think they were trying to do like a mustache twirling villain move, but it looks really stupid.
I've always liked this little moment with the Rancor trainer.
Oh yeah,
this little moment of humanity, just this completely throwaway character, but they give him this little moment when he's sad about the Rancor's death. It's just a tiny touch. The movie doesn't need it, but it's nice to have.
Yeah, it's one of those things that sticks out in your memory when you're a kid.
Yeah,
you know? I always remember that. And George Lucas wanted that out of there too. It makes Luke look bad. There's a snake with its tongue permanently out, just hanging around behind C-3PO.
What? Where?
There.
Oh, yeah! I don't think I've ever noticed that before.
I'm noticing so much more on this Blu-ray. Isn't there a part where a tongue comes out and touches 3PO and goes, ooh? I think it's when they're in the... Oh, God.
We need more banthas. How many banthas can we fit in here?
But how does that affect anything?
I want more banthas! I want them now.
I want to say just cut to this shot. Oh, this is stupid. Inserting Boba Fett everywhere.
Like they're showing him as like a ladies' man here in Jabba's palace.
I don't mind him hanging around the palace, but when the action starts, why does he help?
Yeah.
Jabba's guards obviously work for Jabba, or they're slaves to him or whatever, but Boba Fett's his own man. And he I would just leave. I would be like, oh God, they got loose.
Yeah.
Oh, is that a lightsaber?
Bye.
Bye, my little jetpack, I'm out of here.
There could be an awkward moment, though, when everybody else is dead and Boba Fett's just standing there and they're ready for the fight and he just, like, walks away.
Yeah, that would be clever. Instead, his idea, I'm going to stop this Jedi Knight by wrapping a tiny cable around him. Have you heard of Jedi Knights? Maybe he hasn't.
He has. His father was decapitated by one.
You're right, Rich. You're right. He saw it happen.
Do we even count the prequels as canon, though?
I don't.
I guess he witnessed thousands of Jedis fighting thousands of robots in a giant violent bloodbath. So
he thought all we need is some robots.
Now, didn't they change a line from Han Solo here?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
It's like, now he says, like, I can see much better or something.
Right. Han Solo, Lando says, I thought you were blind. And then originally Han Solo said, nah, it's all right. Trust me.
Don't move, Lando! Oh, wait, I thought you were blind! All right, trust me, don't move! A little higher, just a little higher!
And then now he said, it's okay, I can see a little bit better now.
Yeah.
Because there wasn't enough time to fit the line in, so the looped line is just really fast and strange.
A bizarre little change.
Don't move, Lando! Oh, wait, I thought you were blind! It's all right, I can see a lot better. Don't move! A little higher!
Yeah, it's all right, I can see a little bit better now. But, of course, the Han Solo thing to say was, it's fine, trust me, I can kind of see.
Yeah.
But we had to change that to something more logical and pointless.
To take away any sense of danger.
Right.
I always remember this when they pull R2-D2 and C-3PO out of the sand. I remember it from the VHS version where they do like an awkward pan and scan.
Right. There's a left to right.
Yeah.
They steal Jabba's property and murder hundreds of people.
Yep.
And then blow his barge up for no reason.
So they can save one drug smuggler.
Yep. See, now this feels like the end of a movie. All of our characters had something to do. They're all back together, and they've won the day.
And now they got to do something else.
And now we have to go do something completely unrelated.
Did they have to fire the laser at the mothership, the large Jabba skiff, and blow it up and kill everyone? Just like a wake of destruction. I read an article or a story about someone that found that barge. This is a life-size barge, and they really blew it up. Sure. And some like archaeologist was digging around and they found parts of it. They're like, "Oh my God, we found some kind of weird civilization." Oh, it's just junk from Return of the Jedi.
Movie props.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
That could have funded his career for the rest of his life. That is a delightful find.
Yeah. They just dug up. It was like pieces of wood from the set. It was like a set. Obviously, It wasn't. They probably just built half of it, just the side that they need to blow up. But
Now, we got to deal with Luke going back and getting trained by Yoda.
Mm-hmm.
Get new haircut, you must.
Luke, do I have to force you to go to a barber? And he said, "Yeah, well, do I have to force you to trim your ear hair? Why does that man have his hand up your ass?" "Yes, forever sleep." "Oh, okay.
Except when I'm a ghost.
Oh, I was coming back to finish my training. Oh, you're just dead now? Okay.
You swung your lightsaber around and killed a bunch of people. You're fine.
Is he Scottish now?
Hey! I don't know.
I came all the way back to Dagobah. Couldn't you have just told me the last time that I was done?
Yeah,
it's a really long trip.
They established an empire. It's like, oh, he still has much to learn. And then, oh, you just got to kill Vader, I guess.
The Jedi initiation is killing Darth Vader.
He has to stand in a big room with a bunch of other Jedis, like moving a lightsaber around, hitting the little lasers that come out of a training ball that Han Solo had on the Millennium Falcon.
Yeah.
Actually, Luke's got a long way to go. Yoda's just too fucking tired and old to bother. Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah, you're a Jedi, whatever.
No, I mean, it works fine in the context of this story. You must confront your father. It's like that's what the prequels ruined about Star Wars, was that the whole Jedi training thing, where it's like, here it's very loose, and it should be. And the prequels, it's like you have to go to this school for 28 years. You have to be trained at age 1. You have to. It's just
all that stuff sucks.
The Jedi training in itself isn't learning how to block lasers with a lightsaber,
Sure, no,
which is what the prequels reduced it to. Right. And now it's more of a emotional, spiritual thing. Like,
Yoda, fix your ear.
Your eyes are crossed.
The puppet's going crazy.
At least we get an exterior here of Dagobah a little bit, right?
Oh, sure.
Oh, the light's gone out in Yoda's little house. Goodbye.
So here we have Alec Guinness coming up, looking like he'd rather be anywhere else.
Because he'd rather be anywhere
else. That's something I never really noticed, is just how bored he looks.
Well, Alec Guinness hated Star Wars.
Yeah.
And then when I opened it and found it was science fiction, I thought, oh, crumbs, this is simply not for me. And then I started reading, and it seemed to me the dialogue was pretty ropey. But I had to go on turning the page, and that's an essential.
Yes.
I mean, I guess I'm assuming they gave him a big fat check to come back for this, but
as a kid, a little kid watching this, it's Obi-Wan. Like,
oh yeah,
in hindsight,
you wouldn't even notice it, but when you know the backstory,
just now it's fucking terrible. Like Empire. Luke's dazed. He's freezing to death, and he sees like a faint, ghostly image. And,
sure.
And
he's just like, hey,
extended conversation.
And now it's just having a conversation. Yeah, it's awful.
Yep. And Alec didn't even want to stand. He's like, I'll come do the scene if I can sit on a log.
Yeah, a ghost sitting on a log is weird in itself. Like, he can interact with the physical surroundings too. It's just exposition.
Yeah.
We need to get exposition out of the way.
Well, this is a foreshadowing of the prequels.
Is this the first two people talking in reverse shot scene?
This is the start of it, yeah.
I guess they figured little kids don't care. Look, his feet aren't even ghosts. He's 3/4 ghost. Look, you can see his shoes. Ben, come help me kill Darth Vader. You could sit on this log. Can you hold this lightsaber? How is he sitting on the log?
No horrors, no sleazy sex. In fact, actually, no sex at all if it comes to that.
You're nothing. You're braver than I thought.
Nice.
I need more men. He says there's a secret entrance on the other side of the ridge.
Back door, huh? Good idea.
Myself, the boy, 2 droids, and no questions asked.
Get clear, Wedge. You can't do any more good back there. Sorry.
Evacuate? In our moment of triumph?
It didn't go in.
Just packing on the surface.
Sorry about the mess.
Luke, at that speed, will you be able to pull out in time?
Hey, point that thing someplace else.
That came from behind.
I thought that hairy beast would be the end of me.
It's possible he came in through the south entrance.
This may smell bad, kid. But it'll keep you warm.
Into the garbage chute, flyboy.
There's an awful lot of moisture in here. I can't. It's too big.
Size matters not.
You're all clear, kid. Now let's blow this thing and go home.
Now, I don't know if you've heard this too, but originally Lucas wanted Spielberg to direct this. How different would this movie have been?
How different would it have been if David Lynch directed it?
Yeah, that's the more interesting one than Spielberg.
And I came into an office, and there was George. And I had next door to 0 interest.
David Lynch makes George Lucas sound like a weirdo.
Yeah, that's the funniest clip.
Then he took me for a ride in his Ferrari for a lunch. And George is kind of short, so his seat was way back, and he was almost laying down in the car. We were flying through this little town up in Northern California.
Which, if anyone listening to this hasn't seen it, find on YouTube the interview clip with David Lynch talking about his lunch meeting with George Lucas.
It was incredible. I had to go to this building in L.A. first and get a special credit card, and I had to get special keys, and a letter came and a map.
And I had such a headache.
I started getting a little bit of a headache. You know what I'm talking about.
Have you ever seen that, Rich?
Yeah, it was great.
Oh, it's so good.
I wanted to throw up.
He took me upstairs, and he showed me these things called Wookiees.
And he showed me this thing called a Wookiee. He took me to a restaurant that only had salad.
Not that I don't like salad, but that's all they had was salad.
Oh my God. You gotta fly. Oh, that tunnel is a lot simpler than it really is. I'm gonna give you a warning here. This tunnel isn't just a straight line that goes up and down. There's plenty of fucking things to crash into. Fly down this simple tunnel.
I like though that that's the one design change they made to keep like the torpedoes from going to the center of the core. Well, we'll just make it bent. And they can't shoot torpedoes down on tube.
No, Rich, this is more like...
This is actually a different type of tube?
It's a passageway that they could get through to the core.
Okay.
I think because it's under construction.
I always just assumed it was the same old exhaust port. They just bent the tubes. No.
No.
So you couldn't torpedo the tubes.
Here's a lovely, lovely matte painting, but of course, I was going to say, as we all know, but most of you probably know, not all, but the full-scale model of the Millennium Falcon burned down before this movie was shot.
Yeah.
And there it is in a painting form.
It's a nice matte painting, but it's not...
Stands out.
Yeah, them in front of it does not blend well.
And it was probably written off in the budget. We need it in one shot. No, we're not going to build it for that.
Such a shame.
Such a big shame. And this has always bothered me coming up here when Lando walks away. He walks out of range of the lights.
Oh, yeah. I noticed that in the most recent time I watched
everything is lit everywhere evenly. There he goes. But he walked out of the lights. It's fine. Leave it in the film.
It's artistic. He's walking into uncertain fate.
Right.
The darkness. He's walking into the darkness. We don't know what's going to happen to Lando.
But everywhere he's walking to is completely bright.
Because nobody cares about Lando. I mean, everybody cares about Lando.
This is the famous scene where you see Carrie Fisher's Coke finger on Han Solo's shoulder.
Can Rich explain to our audience what a Coke finger is?
Well, I had to have it explained to me by you, I believe, at some point. But I mean, basically, she's got one fingernail that's really long, so she can shovel cocaine directly into her nose.
That's right, without the use of a
rolled
up
straw,
$100 bill or a straw. You know, if this is a Blu-ray, maybe we could see little speckles of white powder up her nostrils.
Keep your eye on Carrie Fisher's nose for this entire film. and see if you see anything. If you do, please email us.
And here's where the movie looks very uncreative and ugly, and they're just in the woods.
Oh, this is the rest of the film, Rich.
I know.
Settle in. Get comfortable.
This was my favorite action scene from the series as a kid. The speeder bike chase. I always liked it.
It was very exciting at the time.
Yeah, I mean it's obviously very dated looking now, but
What's nice is they bothered with the foreground. The foreground trees in the profile shots.
yes.
I always like that.
That adds a little
that, yeah. Because the front shots always look bad, like that.
Yeah.
But the trees whipping by on the side.
Yeah, this feels like something out of the 1950s now.
Is this a scene you would have liked to have seen entirely redone in CG?
No, I wish they wouldn't have changed anything. Just leave the fucking movie alone. It's of its time.
Luke,
I've been here doing nothing.
Oh, you're Han Solo, right? You were integral to the last two films, and
Now you're gonna ride around in the woods.
oh no, he's General Solo. Oh, he's no longer a character.
General Solo in command of 5 guys. And an ape.
Before he was a selfish smuggler who had a character. Now he's just a guy.
His arc was over at the end of Empire.
Yep. And that's why they wanted to kill him off.
Yeah.
At the end of Empire. You heard about that.
Whose idea was it to kill him off?
I thought Han Solo should die. I thought he ought to sacrifice himself for the other two characters.
I also felt someone had to go. You know, I felt someone had to die.
I said, he's got no mama, he's got no papa, he's got no future. He has no story responsibilities at this point.
Wait, was it at the end of Empire? Because I thought they were going to kill him off at the end of this. I thought he was going to die in the Death Star.
I thought I had always heard that he was going to die, at the end of this movie.
Like he was going to be in Lando's scene.
Yeah.
And he was going to die when the Death Star blew. He didn't get out in time. I thought that was the original plan.
I thought it was the end of Empire.
Maybe there was multiple times they wanted to kill him. Either way, it would either at the end of Empire or in this, it would be after he stops being useful as a character. Speaking of useful characters, here's our introduction to Wicket the Ewok.
Speaking of useless characters?
Oh, that's what I meant. I don't mind the Ewoks that much.
Oh my god.
I don't hate them like some people. I mean, especially now in retrospect when you look at the shit that has come afterwards.
Oh my god, he has eyes
blinked.
now.
He blinked.
His pupils.
Yeah.
Oh, that's new.
That's new.
Check for Coke. Check for Coke. We got plenty of close-ups.
Anytime we get a close-up.
Oh my god.
Oh god.
Are the eyes creeping you out?
They're distracting.
They look... it kind of looks scary.
Yeah, a little bit.
I thought I saw a little bit of white.
Ew. Ew, this isn't a children's film? Which shows a butchered animal.
Mm-hmm.
Ew, that's just... Oh my god, what wacky hijinks are happening here? Ew. I keep seeing that animal. Always thinking with your stomach, Chewie. Ha 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 ha.
Chewie wasn't an idiot in the other films. He was like a co-pilot and engineer.
Right.
Now he's an animal who wants to eat like an animal carcass that's just hanging there. In
That's
the middle
very
of the
clearly
forest.
a trap.
Right. And here he's just a big dog who does nothing. I guess they swing on a rope. They swing on a vine.
Oh, he does a Tarzan
and he
yell.
does a Tarzan yell.
Is that the lowest point of this movie? The Tarzan yell?
Yeah. What would you say is the lowest point? Jay, your vote is for Tarzan yell?
I'm going to say the Tarzan yell. Because the only thing that makes sense with him doing the Tarzan yell is that it's just a horrible coincidence that it sounds like the Tarzan yell.
Well,
because Tarzan doesn't exist in this world.
If we're counting the special editions, which I guess we are because that's what we're watching, it would be the cartoon opening musical number at Jabba's Palace.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I guess if we're counting the special editions.
Yeah, specifically that ugly new animal they added when his mouth opens in front of the camera and you see his dancing uvula.
Yes. Yes.
That is the low point.
Yes.
Yeah.
I agree. Well, they gave C-3PO something to do in this movie, though. Here he pretends to be the Ewok's god, and Luke makes him float.
That's fine. I'm fine with that.
I'm not sure if I'm fine with it morally, what Luke's doing, but, you know, it keeps them from being burned alive and eaten. I'm okay with that. E.T.N.E. Oh, R2. Doesn't he start shooting them with the laser?
Yep.
Don't fuck with me and my god friend. Fucking kill you. That's what his beeps mean. Beep boop bop bop boop boop boop.
They're violating the Prime Directive.
Luke, if Luke was in Starfleet, he would get court-martialed.
Or he would say, he would just wave his hand and say, I'm not the one you want to court-martial.
This is a nice part.
I always like to see it. It shows sort of the magic of storytelling.
They didn't remove the one smoking a pipe. You know.
I also like that C-3PO is able to make sound effects, which makes perfect sense.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. It's the only time he ever does anything clever like that. This is him explaining the Death Star destruction in the first one. And then he goes to Cloud City. He explains how Lando made inappropriate sexual advances towards Princess Leia. Un Lando Calrissian rapist. Well, their story checks out. The teddy bears agree. Those little baby Ewoks, though, are cute as fuck.
They are adorable.
And Luke decides now he's too good for all this crap and leaves.
I'm in the forest with a bunch of teddy bears.
Fuck this kitty shit.
This is well beyond my character.
I'm endangering the mission.
And Han Solo's like, can you please take me with you?
They just won't kill me off. Why won't they kill me off?
I just want to die.
Look at his face in like every scene in this movie. He looks like he's doing it sarcastic almost.
Well, almost?
Was this was after Temple of Doom?
This
right?
is before Temple of Doom.
It's before Temple of Doom.
Right before Temple of Doom.
I'm sure he probably knew he was going to do the second Indiana Jones film.
Sure. Why, Jay, are you wondering if he phoned in his performance here because he didn't give a flying fuck anymore?
Well, you know, it's very unlikely that Harrison Ford would phone in a performance, so I doubt that's the case.
I've almost always done films with the best of intentions.
What's going on?
I don't know.
Can we talk about this scene? I guess this is a commentary, so we should be talking about scenes.
Yeah, this scene. This is where Luke says something like, I know that's why you couldn't kill me. Or something like that, right? Isn't that the line?
Yeah.
Where it's like, in Empire Strikes Back, he was going to fucking kill him.
Mm-hmm.
Like, where is this coming from? He was ruthless, he was relentless, he chopped off his fucking hand, and the only reason he didn't kill him is because Luke jumped.
Yeah, Vader is much less intimidating in this film.
He comes across like a more too much of like a servant,
right,
to the Emperor.
Right.
Which I understand their relationship. That's great. But this scene in particular, he just comes across like a weenie.
Maybe instead of fucking around with Ewoks, there should have been something setting up a change of heart for Darth Vader.
Exactly. You need to ramp up to him being more open to his relationship with Luke. Here it's just like, I mean, this is the first time they're seeing each other since the fight in Empire.
And it's in an awkward little hallway.
This is another scene that reminds me of the prequels, yeah.
It is kind of awesome, though, that he takes the lightsaber out when his back is turned. That always gave me the shivers.
Like maybe he'll do something.
Like, it's just like Luke has this like one eye on him, like, oh God, I don't like this. But and then that to me added a little bit of intimidation back to Vader, just that moment. But
that's about it, though.
I don't like this location they chose to shoot this scene in at all. Go back into the tiny elevator. Bye. That was epic. Yeah, the Emperor's great.
Do you mean Darth Sidious?
How old is
his name?
Do we know how old Ian McDiarmid was in this?
No, who's there in the other devil's name? Faith. Here's an equivocator.
I was thinking about this because he's a little bit older in the prequels, but not like here. I'm picturing him like a younger guy.
Yeah, he's
I always-
probably in his 40s or...
Okay, I always think of him as being like, because I remember him from when I was a kid, and I wasn't thinking about it in terms of like makeup or anything.
Yeah,
So he just
yeah.
seemed like this super old guy. And then you see him in the prequels, and he's not that old.
Nope. To be fair, though, the prequels were only about 10 years later.
Yeah, that's weird to think about too.
It's
And
very weird.
It feels. I guess it's just like an age thing.
It is an age thing.
But it just felt like such a long time.
Knock, knock, knock. Who's there?
Master Windu.
Come in, equivocator.
You're under arrest, Chancellor.
It's treason, then. Who committed treason? Enough, for God's sake. Yet could not equivocate to heaven. Come in. Here's a farmer that hanged himself on expectation of plenty. Oh, out of a friend's horse.
I love democracy. I love the Republic.
In the very throat of me.
Yeah, get used to this location. Han Solo is going to spend the next 45 minutes in front of that door. Can't get the door open.
at
Cut to
lea-
Vader, cut back. I still can't get the door open.
At least we get a door.
He hotwires the door. That's the only smuggler-esque thing he does in the entire film.
Yeah.
And he after the stormtrooper hits Leia in the arm, he takes his gun out and he shoots that one right in the fucking face. And that shot's awesome. This should have been Wicket doing this.
Yeah, this is just some random Ewok,
Yeah,
right?
it is. It is. They all chase after him. They should just stand there and stare at it. Oh,
Let's all go after that bear.
Everybody go. Except for one guy.
It's just one bear. You better take 5 men. He's got a spear. He's probably going to crash because there's no way he could possibly know how to fly that thing.
yeah. How did he figure
He's
it
going to
out?
hit the first tree he sees. Everybody after him. Like he's spinning around because he doesn't know how to fly.
Yeah, remember when the Empire was intimidating?
Yeah, I do. What do you suppose you regrets more, Wicket or Leprechaun?
I'm going to say Leprechaun because Star Wars has been very good to him. He has no reason to have any regrets about this. He raps in Leprechaun.
I come from the land of the Irish Spring. Dublin's the place where I learned my thing. From the Emerald Isle to your place in the hood, I'm the man of green, come to do no good.
This part's awesome.
This is also the precursor to the prequels where we have multiple action scenes going on at once.
Yes. Many storylines.
What is it? There's 3 in this one. Is there 4 in Phantom Menace?
Yes.
Okay.
Gungan robot battle. Padme running around. Anakin flying around in space. And then the Jedis fighting Darth Maul.
Yeah.
But at least this is the climax to a series.
Sure.
Yeah,
that was. I think it was Ben Burt who was editing Phantom Menace complaining about that. And those behind the scenes. He's like, we got all these weird, we got wacky robots.
All these disparate elements, yeah.
In a space of about 90 seconds, you go from lamenting the death of, a hero to escape to slightly comedic with Jar Jar,
It's bold in terms of jerking people around, but...
And that's when Lucas made his famous quote. It's stylistically designed to be that
Stylistically designed.
But what we can do is diminish the effects of it.
I've done it a little more extremely than I've ever done in the past. It's stylistically designed to be that way, and you can't undo that, but we can diminish the effects of it. We can slow it down a little bit so that if it's intense for us, a regular person's going to go nuts.
We can diminish the effects of what the entire purpose of what I was trying to accomplish was.
Right.
Sure.
I may have gone too far in a few places.
I swear to God, I just saw a guy in a stormtrooper costume without his helmet on.
You did. There was one in the previous shot, too.
Oh, he's right there.
I don't know why that is.
What? Oh, yeah. What? Was that a rebel who put on the armor of a biker scout?
I don't think so. There's no explanation for it.
Never noticed that before. Oh my God. Here comes all the teddy bears. Oh, I'm Wicket. Don't forget about me.
Burr, 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 burr.
Uh-oh, here they go. Right in
Here's
front
that
of the
door.
Get used to that door.
Get used to the door.
Let's chase all the teddy bears that have ran into the woods instead of killing these rebels that are standing by the door to the shield generator. They all those stormtroopers should have just turned around and just started marching right at Han Solo and all firing all at once and murdering them. You know what I mean?
Meanwhile, the spears are harmlessly bouncing off their armor.
Yeah, or well, the Ewoks are running away thinking that the stormtroopers were going to foolishly chase them into the woods and then stopping and realizing that they hadn't. And they just all turned and shot everyone. And then the movie ends.
Movie ends.
Then the rebel fleet shows up and the shield's still up and the entire fleet of Star Destroyers wipes them out. And Luke joins the dark
He has
side
no
of the Empire.
choice. He has nothing else to do.
You're pretty much fucked. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. This is when it starts to get lazy. Lazy. Even the Emperor won't get up. I'm just going to sit here. I just want to see one of those lasers hit one of the Ewoks and just explode him.
No, this is the closest we get. This is our one dead Ewok.
Oh, and it's a Ewok we don't care about.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Oh, you mean all of them?
Well, I think he's goading Luke into getting angry so he'll kill Vader and then just be his apprentice.
So anger and the Force just magically makes you join the Emperor, though? How are the two related?
He has a
Anger
journey.
would make him join the dark side, but it would also make him cut off the Emperor's head. Otherwise, there's no point in getting angry about it, because he's the one you want to kill.
He couldn't kill the Emperor. The Emperor's too tough.
Yeah, you have to throw him into a pit. You can't cut him with a lightsaber. You have to throw him into a pit.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, that kind of makes sense, right? He was just so consumed by his own hate. And
Yeah.
anger.
Oh, yeah. All of his attention was on Luke.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Oh, here we go. There's the Tarzan yell.
What?
Did you just hear an awkward Tarzan yell?
Oh, here's where the Empire acts smartly as well.
Let's open this hatch.
Right.
Let's open up that door and expose ourselves to the monkey man.
This is like Spaceballs or something. Like,
Yeah.
it's so goofy.
Mel Brooks said it's going too far.
Yeah. Return of the Jedi was just too silly for me.
Yay.
We're best friends.
Oh God, how I love the spaceship stuff when I was a kid.
Oh, yeah. It's so awesome.
So you liked the Star Wars in Star Wars?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was never big on the mystical aspects of like the Force and all that.
Oh, sure.
The rebels have been routed. They're fleeing into the woods. Are you sure? Because every other line of communication says that the teddy bears are slaughtering everyone. You're the only person that says everything's going okay. I'm not sure I should open this door.
Let's all run out, too.
Yeah.
All right, well, everyone, we're all going to run out because we trust this one guy. Everyone else, their signal just died.
I like Han's little smug gesture there when it's like, there's nothing clever about what you just did. You're just fighting really, really dumb people.
Can Vader not really find him, or is he just pretending?
Maybe Darth Vader is distracted because he's just finding out about his daughter.
There you go.
Oh, okay.
It is the only way you can save your friends. Yes, your thoughts betray you. Your feelings for them are strong, especially for sister. So, you have a twin sister. Your feelings have now betrayed her too.
Your feelings have now betrayed her too. Oh, God. Obi-Wan hid... Where? Oh, he gave Leia to Basil Exposition, Basil Organa.
And then
basil,
Luke got to live on
oregano.
the slop farm.
Yeah.
And Luke went right back to Tatooine, where Darth Vader grew up
And kept his name.
and kept the same name. Gee, that's gonna hide him real good.
Prequels never happened.
That's you have to just not count them.
Anakin Skywalker grew up on Tatooine too, and made C-3PO. That's the dumbest thing.
Yep.
Let's move. There's no way we can get far enough away to look like we survived this horrible blast we're going to see in a second.
Oh my God!
Han Solo is dead! Oh, he's fine. He's not even surrounded by fire or debris.
He ran 11 feet away.
They saw the explosion and they're like, oh my God, we got to cut to a shot of Han Solo standing up.
Everyone's going to think he's dead.
Also, no one bothers to like communicate a message up to the Emperor Palpatine that the entire shield generator's been exploded. Beep, 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 beep. Excuse me, sir.
Emperor Palpatine is a crazy man
Mm-hmm.
who is having fun with his new toy. I wouldn't want to be the guy to interrupt him.
Yeah, that's true.
I think there are generals
Yeah, there's a chain of
who can
command.
probably handle these things.
Okay, I mean, you're right. Yeah, I guess he said, "Don't disturb me," or guards leave. He made the red guards leave.
Yeah.
So he has a little "Do Not Disturb" sign on his door.
I'm doing private business up here.
And that's kind of what makes the Emperor great. He
Oh,
loves
sure. He's just pure
being
evil. Yeah. Oh man, we keep cutting to Vader and he's looking back and forth. He's conflicted. If only we had some dialogue to make me understand that he disagreed with what the Emperor was doing.
And
If only we had some way to know that that's what's going through his brain. Why isn't the movie explaining this to me?
If only he said no.
Yeah, that would really, like, I don't understand what's happening right now.
Wait, is he conflicted?
Oh, he keeps looking back and
keeps
forth.
looking back and forth. I don't know what that's
Well, he
supposed to
could
mean.
just have nothing better to do.
Oh, wait.
Oh.
Oh!
You know, I never knew what happened.
Ever since I was a kid, I was so confused.
Right.
I'm glad that they cleared that up.
Wow!
It finally makes sense.
Yeah.
For all this time.
That's the most important moment of this movie, and it's fucked.
I also kind of love that nobody bothers to stop Luke.
Oh yeah.
These people running around.
Well, this is everyone's in panic
Yeah,
mode
I
now.
know,
It's
I
fine.
know.
Let's run for your lifetime.
Yeah.
What's that guy doing with Lord Vader? Who gives a fuck?
Well, I actually really love that because then you have in the middle of all this madness, you have this emotional connection between.
Oh yeah.
Luke, like this part is great.
Father, can we get on the ship first? It'll just take a minute.
Luca should just keep looking off screen to some like death clock, like core exploding in 13 seconds. Yeah, wrap this up.
I'm glad you redeemed yourself, but let's get moving. Here we have digitally erased eyebrows.
Digitally?
Yeah.
Really?
That's a change.
Clearly got his eyebrows burnt off. They don't grow back.
Oh my god. At least they didn't remove. I guess it would be impossible to.
To try and put Hayden Christensen in here or something.
Oh, it would be possible.
It would be possible,
I
but
think
thank
the
God
opening,
they didn't do it.
I think the opening of this movie proves that he doesn't care how good the effects look
Yeah.
that have been added.
And so I wouldn't put it past them to replace his face with a Hans Christian Andersen.
Christian Andersen?
Whatever his name is in makeup, and it would be like not matching right and moving and look awful, but I wouldn't put it past him.
Yeah, everything's great once we get out of the forest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically, you need to just replace the forest with something interesting. And this movie works a lot better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, give Han and Leia something more appropriate to do. Yeah, there's no romance between them in this movie at all whatsoever. There's no. They needed maybe they shot something, but they needed a scene on the Rebel cruiser where they kind of catch up. You know, I thought you were dead, Han. You know, I've been miserable and. Well, I wasn't dead. I was frozen. I missed you. Some sort of character interaction. And the next time we see them, they're at the meeting, Mon Mothma's meeting, and Leia's in the background, like chatting with other soldiers, and Han's more excited to see Lando. There's no.
What does that tell you?
I wonder if they're going to explain where they find the burnt up Darth Vader head.
I'm assuming so.
It's just floating around, and
I'm assuming there'll be
collection.
some sort of explanation. There would have to be.
He didn't.
Oh,
So
no.
I understand the idea behind all this, because this is the wrap up to the entire trilogy, and you want